This conference will now be recorded.
Begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I told Marcia she had too many screens up there.
I don't know how you did that. Okay, welcome everyone to the May 31st Marion County Commission meeting. I understand we may have some sound issues, so bear with us. We'll try to give more attention to speaking into the microphone. I hope that helps. Looks like we will be beginning with the audit report. So if you would come up to the table and speak into the microphone.
All right.
For our people online.
I don't think you'll need a microphone from me. Good morning.
Good morning.
April Swartz, one of the owners at Barney & Associates, and it was our pleasure again to work with Tina this year to do the audit for Marion County. You did receive a lot of ARPA money, but luckily you didn't spend much of it this year, so no single audit this year. We only had to do the financial statement audit. So next year you'll obviously have to have the single audit again, which is the additional audit that is required when you spend $750,000 of federal dollars. You have two documents in front of you. The first one is the required governance letter. The required governance letter just communicates certain things to you as the governing body. If we had issues or concerns with our audit, they would be in this letter. We do not. We did not have any corrections or misstatements that we identified as part of our audit. So the numbers you see in this burgundy binder, which I will not read front to back as someone suggested this morning, are the same numbers Tina would have presented to you as a governing body for the year ended 12/31/21. So again, no surprises. The audit is a clean audit. I will point out the letter, the governance letter, as well as the auditor's opinion, stresses the fact that our responsibility as the auditor is to express an opinion on these statements, and you as governance and Tina as management are responsible for the financials. So Tina is one of our few county clerks that actually does prepare the financial statements for us ahead of time. A lot of entities, we just simply prepare for them, but Tina does prepare her own Schedule 2s, and that's great because that gives us a cross-check against what we do. Any questions on the letter?
Not seeing any. We'll keep rolling.
All right, if you'll turn to page 1, this is the auditor's opinion, and as I indicated earlier, our job is to express an opinion, and your responsibility is the financials. The opinion is a little confusing when you read it because it starts off with adverse opinion. That's because you report under the regulatory basis, which is the KMAG basis, not generally accepted accounting principles. And so that's why it reads a little weird, but you do have a clean opinion, no findings, no issues or concerns. Then if you will turn to page 4 and 5, this is the actual financial statement for the County of Marion. Again, these numbers are the same as what Tina has presented throughout the meetings for the year 2021. Down the left-hand side, you'll see all the various funds of the county. You'll see what cash they started with, beginning unencumbered cash they started with, receipts that were taken in during 21, expenditures, and ending unencumbered cash. And then we add back outstanding encumbrances and accounts payable to get to your ending cash reconciled amount. And so if you look on page 5, the totals there, you'll see you started the year with $13,505,000. You took in $21,971,000. You expended $19,799,000, leaving you $15,677,000 remaining. We add back those outstanding encumbrances, and your reconciled bank balances at the end of the year are $15,979,177. And you can see there below where that money is sitting at the end of the year, what banks and financial institutions, and then there is some money in the Kansas Municipal Investment Pool as well. The next several pages are the notes to the financials. They are required. They are there to give the reader more information on the county and how the county keeps track of its funds and the money that they collect. So starting on page 6, it talks about the basis of accounting that you follow. I'm not going to go through these notes page by page, but if you will turn to page number 10, this is a summary of the county's outstanding debt at the end of 2021. You only have one bond issue, which has a very small balance at the end of the year, and then you have several capital leases. Several of those were paid off during the year, but then you do have some outstanding capital leases, the largest one being the transfer station lease purchase. But all payments were made timely and in accordance with the amortization schedules for each debt. Page 11 will give you the maturity of that debt, the first 5 years individually, and then in groups of 5 years thereafter for each of the debt items that the county has. All right, then if you'll turn to page 16, this is where we compare the county's expenditures to what was budgeted and published in the newspaper. And for all the funds in the county, they were all under budget. There were no budget violations. And I didn't mention earlier, but there were also no cash violations, so no statutory violations at all for the county. But you can see overall, the county budgeted to spend $29,562,984 after the budget credits that were applied for some grants that were received. And you actually only expended $19,742,000, so you were almost $10 million under budget. Which we would expect. I mean, you do budget conservatively, you budget low on the revenue side and high on the expenditure side. But no funds were in violation. Page 17 and 18 is the general fund, so we'll go through it, and actually 17 through 21 or 22. But then I won't go through each of the other funds. But the general fund itself, you can see we show your prior year actual numbers. We show your actual for the 21 year compared to budget for revenues and expenditures. And then when you get to the bottom, you'll see the ending cash. But this fund is the general operating fund of the county, so a lot more transactions flow through this fund. There are a lot more categories. So you can see the tax revenues and all the different revenues that come in. You have a lot of different taxes. You have intergovernmental revenue that comes in, which is just that, revenue that's coming from another governmental entity. You have licenses and fees. You have use of money and property, which is primarily interest that is earned on investments and delinquent taxes. Page 18 shows a few other revenues that you have. Again, these are other receipts, so there are going to be things that aren't going to happen every year. For example, on your Diamond Vista income, $633,000. So those are unusual things that don't have their own line item. And then you can see that at the end of the period, your total cash receipts, the second column from the left, were $6,018,000. You only budgeted to receive 4.8, so you were over budget almost 1.2 million in your revenues. And then 19 through 22 are the expenditures, and so they're broken down by the departments that you have determined you're operating within at your county. And as I said before, the general fund is the largest fund, so it has a lot of departments. You guys are number one right at the top, so I always pick on the county commission. So just for an example, your actual expenditures were $96,262. You had budgeted to spend $100,837. So your entity, just your department, was under budget for $4,575. And then you can go down and look at each of the other departments throughout the county. The budget law applies to the fund in total. So if you look on page 20, you can see the courthouse general category was over budget, but that doesn't matter because it's fund in total. So as long as you don't over expend the fund in total, you have no violation. And a lot of times that's just you made a change in what you want to do during the year. There's some room in there for changes, and you make some changes and spend some things that you maybe hadn't thought about before the end of the year.
And in 2021, a lot of that was the heated dock project, because we paid for that out of the general fund.
And then on 22 is the last page of the general fund, and you can see there your total expenditures were $5,923,422. Your budget was $6,999,940 for an under budget of a little over 1 million, almost 1.1 million. And you ended with $2,847,050 in cash in the general fund. And as I indicated before, I'm not going to go through all the rest of the funds, but they are all back here. They are not as large as the general fund, so there's one page per fund. There are some funds that are not budgeted funds, and so you'll see those back there as well, and they'll just have actual for prior year and current year. Any questions? Any more detail you'd like than that?
A lot of numbers.
A lot of numbers.
A lot of big numbers.
A lot of big numbers.
A lot of the same numbers we saw in August.
Familiar.
Yes, same
Yeah.
numbers you saw. Yes.
How many other county budgets do you do?
Budgets or audits?
Audits?
We do 11, but we got 2 new ones this year. So we're at either 11 or 12.
When you see an audit and it comes up $1 million plus in a budget of around this size, how do you value that?
You mean under budget there?
Yeah, we're under budget.
That's pretty normal because, as I said earlier, you budget conservatively on the revenue
Right.
side and heavy on the expenditure side. And so you're always budgeting for those contingencies that can happen. And we hope that they don't, although the last few years, no one has had a clue what's gonna happen with anything. So I feel like, you budget, you wanna keep your mill levy where you feel it needs to be, but at the same time, you wanna make sure you've got that expenditure allowed if you need to expend it.
Well, you don't want to go in and rewrite the budget. again.
No, you don't wanna have to republish and do all of that, but again, you wanna do the right thing for the taxpayers, but you also have to make sure you can provide the services that they also want and will complain about if they don't get. So it's a tough seat to sit in. I was a city clerk for 8 years. I was a city commissioner for 8 years. So I've sat in your seat, my seat, and her seat, and I definitely prefer my seat, because I can stay out of the politics. But we do appreciate what you all do for your communities, because it's very important that you have involved people that care, that take the time to come up here and do what you do. And our fee covers year-round, so if there's any questions you have, any concerns, any areas want us to take a deeper dive in, Tina knows she can reach out to us with questions throughout the year. There's no additional charge for any of that. We want to partner with you and help you to do the best that you can, which makes our job easier too. So,
Well,
all right,
good deal. No red in here then? huh?
there's no red, there are
Good,
no
good deal.
budget violations, no cash violations.
Good.
That's a good thing.
Yes, yes.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Have a good week.
You too.
I'll start with Susan and the county treasurer quarterly report.
Oh, that was just in your packet for
Oh, just
information. She
information.
would probably give a
I thought you were here for
presentation.
presentation.
But I mean, she probably could answer questions if you
Well,
have.
while Susan is here, I'm still gonna use you.
That's right.
Let the commissioners see the quarterly report. Any questions for Susan? Here, I may just stay and there's no questions.
That's fine.
Good. I just want to let you know that I'm going to turn over the delinquent tax for the sale to the attorney. I'm going to send it tomorrow. I want to make sure we get, in case there's any mail postmarked the 25th, that we get that and account for it. And so I'm planning tomorrow to turn over the unpaid ones to her. I was going through, it's like a third have paid probably, and I know some are planning to pay, they're just not gonna be able to pay yet, so they'll have to pay in the next step, and they're aware there'll be more fees, so, anyway. I always am so optimistic, I was hoping to be higher than that, but it's great, I'm glad that some people were able to get this resolved.
Well, it's good, it was definitely worthwhile sending out the letters.
Yes,
That's really
most definitely,
very good response in the
yeah,
letters.
I thought so,
So now we'll move to the next step.
yeah, okay,
Very good.
right,
One other question.
yes.
With interest rates starting to move, are we in a position to start bidding our CDs?
We are shopping. We are shopping. We are asking questions, because, before it was just, we were just thankful.
It wasn't, it was just
Yeah,
thankful
they wanted to
you
get us.
didn't owe.
But we are
Didn't
seeing
charge us.
a big increase with some banks. And so, I'm in discussion with some banks to, see if they can increase it, and if they can't, then we might go to a bank that can give us more money. Because there's a big difference right now, because some are still at, like 0.5, and others are like 1.75 and 2.
1.75, 2?
Yes. So, we want to get our money where it can do the most good.
Gonna take that money and put it in the bank.
Well, you're gonna lose it in 401ks if things don't change, that's for sure. I mean, 401s are dropping every day. I know.
Any other questions for
That's all right.
Susan on the county business? All right, thank you,
Thanks,
Susan.
Susan.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Agenda approval, lengthy agenda today, a lot of budget presentations. Under county counselor, we will have an executive session for potential property acquisition. Any other additions to the agenda?
Under budget and ambulance at 120, could we have an executive session with the, for 10 minutes with the director?
Purpose?
Personnel performance.
Okay. We'll do that. Travis, any other additions to the agenda? All right, we'll move into administrative items. Tina, you got a long list today.
I have a few things. So the first thing I have is the sales tax in the amount of $108,791.64.
Not a big increase. Okay,
And then we have payday.
commissioners have had a chance to review payday items. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the Western Associates
Very
and
good, thank
the
you.
amount of $623.50.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the Western Associates invoice, and second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried.
Abstain.
That one abstention, sorry, 4-1.
I'll make a motion to approve Elcom Services, Inc., in the amount of $416.25.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Becker to approve the Elcon invoice, and a second by Commissioner Dalkey. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
4 in favor, 1 abstain. Now we'll go back. Sorry about that. Any questions or discussion on the total payday? If not, after review, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
A motion by Commissioner Becker to approve payday in the amount of $1,045,597.65. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Crowfoot. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, payroll board is there. Here's the payables.
You're good. Yep, give it.
Doesn't matter.
salary sheet.
Okay, salary change for Marcy Hostetler, emergency management, from $20.23 an hour to $22.25 per hour, effective 5/16. Interim pay as emergency management director until a position is filled. Shared employee with health department, 10 hours per week at regular rate of $20.23.
Okay, the next thing that I have are the minutes of May 23rd.
Okay, Commissioners have had a chance to review the minutes of May 23rd. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Garing, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Dahlke. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Excuse me. Earlier was last year, you passed the resolution 2021-24 to name Randy Frank as the voting member for Marion County for the Homeland Security region. It is my understanding we don't actually need to do that by resolution. It's just a simple letter in the future. So, but I have a letter prepared to appoint Marcy. However, we need to rescind, we need action to rescind this
Make a
resolution.
motion to rescind.
Okay, motion by
21-24.
Motion by Commissioner Garing to rescind resolution 21-24. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, and then the next thing in the packet there was the letter, which we just need approval and authorization for the chairman to sign to appoint Marcy Hostetler as the voting member for Marion County until new director is in place.
Make a motion to approve the letter and authorize the chairman to sign.
Motion by Commissioner Garing. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Crowfoot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0.
I got too many papers in here today.
But they're all in order.
Well, we'll see. There's that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, in your packet, there was an access agreement. There is an area at the transfer station that KDHE wants to monitor for contaminants. And this is on the orphan program. And this is just an access permission. So we need a motion, a vote to approve it and to authorize the chairman to sign.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the permission to access private property at the transfer station location, 320 West Second on Santa Fe, and give the chairman right to sign.
We have a motion by Commissioner Becker. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Crowfoot. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0.
You know, is that gonna be an ongoing thing?
I think it will be ongoing for a period of time, yes.
And it started when we was digging for the new building, is that
Yes.
correct? Yes.
Okay, the next thing that we have here was in your packet. This is the amendment to our agreement with Pictometry. This is for the services that you approved at a previous meeting. We just need approval of the document and the authorization for the chairman to sign.
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Gearing to approve the amendment to Pictometry agreement, approve the contract, and authorize chairman to sign. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Second by Commissioner Dalkey. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carried 4-1.
Next to the little
Thank you for making it.
Thank you. So in the packet, there was the acceptance of the proposal from Vance Brothers for that microsurfacing, which you have approved.
Make a motion to authorize chairman to sign.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0.
They needed that to be able to get their bond in place, so. And that one I'm not seeing in here, so it must be out of order. I'll find it. You jinxed me.
That's the chairman's
It's
problem.
my
He
fault.
put a jinx on you.
It'll show up.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I'll find that later
Just
and bring it
authorize
to you.
her to use your stand.
That's my stand.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So,
I did have Brad look that over, so,
yeah, the fun ones.
yes.
I want Tina to give us a complete analysis and description of each of these.
Okay. So, we've been working pretty hard on some of these policies and procedures that the county needs to have in place for federal spending. Or that we do have in place, but maybe you just need to be a little bit different. And so this first one is called Uniform Guidance Policy and Procedure. And it deals a lot with grants. And overall, it basically says that the department heads need to determine be able to determine and explain what is allowed under the grant and follow the rules of the grant. The most important, I think, the most important part of this is towards the end, where it basically says that, what was it at the end? This is kind of a long document. Another thing that we need to do is make sure that any items that are purchased with federal funds are notated that way on the inventory, which in the past we hadn't done, but so anything we buy with federal money, we should indicate that on our inventory, which is already fixed, that's in place. But it's about the grant application approval, which is one of the very last things on the document. And it basically says that anybody who is going to apply for a federal grant must receive advance authorization from the commission or pertinent governing board to apply, and also for acceptance. Okay, it's under letter V. And that is because otherwise there really is no internal control on grants, because if you all don't have aren't the ones with the authority to say yes, apply, and yes, accept, then you may not know what's happening. And so that was a very important part that we were urged to put into place. And so,
Didn't we make a resolution to have you to be the hub? on
No.
Grants?
no, we did not.
We just talked about it.
Yeah, so we were probably talking about this particular policy. And so this does say that when a grant award is received, we're to receive a copy in here and in the treasurer's office. It doesn't necessarily say that we're in charge of reporting or anything like that. Each department is still in charge of that for themselves, but we need to have a file in here, and the commission has to approve it being applied for and approve it being accepted if awarded.
Right.
So, in a nutshell, okay, it's a pretty long policy, but that's the basic of it. And so that is the first one that they have recommended for approval and adoption by the county.
Okay, commission's had a chance to review it. Do you have questions? Any issues with the policy?
I think it's a good clearinghouse so we know
Yes.
what's going on.
It sets up very clear the process.
The last several years, some department heads have got grants and we didn't know they were getting them until they got them.
And a lot of them do have, they all have requirements.
Yeah.
And so to obligate the county to those requirements, the board needs to have the knowledge about it and to make that determination.
So that would include, I'm just thinking about the health department, they have annual grants. It's kind of, they're applying for a grant, but it's kind of like a renewal a lot of times.
They bring it in
Well,
here.
they-
They typically have always brought you
Right.
the grants for approval.
But
of
have
applications.
we actually approved them, or was there just knowledge of, or did we just?
You
get
have approved
information?
those
Okay, so
in
it's,
the past.
we're not really changing, we're not changing the wheel much.
No.
You're formalizing the
Yeah.
process. That should already be in place, and most departments are already following something like this. Not all, so.
But that way, it's memorialized in a policy. When the federal government comes to audit, they can look at the policy and follow it up.
I'm pretty sure, all the time I've been here, it's always acted this way, it just this formalizes it.
Formalized.
So I would make a motion to approve Marion County's Kansas Uniform Guidance Policies and Procedures.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dalkey. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0. Thank you for all your work on that,
You're welcome.
the first one.
Okay, yes. So the next one is a really large document that I sent to you by a separate email. It's that framework document. It's over 140 pages, I believe. And that does reference the one that you just approved. And if you're comfortable with that, that would be the next one, which is called the framework document. Do you need me to pull that up, or do you have questions or anything about that document?
Just went through every department to make it fit them, or did it go just?
No, it did not. The departments, it just basically says overall what the county's procedures are. That was taken from the policies that we have in place. It was taken from our current process memos of how we handle cash and how we have people, for instance, one person that develops a deposit has it signed off on by someone else and verified, or someone else carries it to the bank. Those are the kind of processes and procedures. So
remember the blue boxes they were talking about, having to go through each and every, I guess.
It's the
policy.
county as a whole.
Yeah.
And so, that was the process for that. It will be sent out and we'll go through it with everyone, but it's just basically outlaying what our policies and procedures and our safeguards are and putting them in a document. So again, it's not changing policies and procedures, it's putting them into this document to show what our policies and procedures are for certain federal requirements.
Anything catch anyone's eye? Concerns, issues?
I'll see if I can pull that up. I'd say real quick.
Just like reading it real quick.
This is the document I've been working on for a few months.
Yes. Months of your life.
Does someone to come up here?
That's all right. I think commissioners have all reviewed it in their packet.
You had the draft a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's just now,
This
it's
is the
actually
final form.
updated with our info.
Hearing no further questions, I would move approval of the framework document as presented.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. Any other discussion, questions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh my goodness. That's gonna kill. All right, so then the next one that I have. Get back up here. Is for the premium pay, the policy, and I had the Lloyd group back out here again, was it last week? And with the uniform guidance, since we just did it under revenue loss, they recommend for ease of reporting for government operations, unless we want to set up a whole new project, which is called premium pay, which is much more in-depth reporting, that we utilize the time period of April 2021 through December instead of January through December.
Right.
So that's what we looked at. We worked on an hourly, a dollar amount per hour for every single full-time and part-time employee based on the number of hours that they recorded that they worked during that year, and overtime has to be figured in as well. And so we worked through all that. And you'll see all that before and have the opportunity to approve it once we have the actual numbers populated. Basically, this just says that it applies to all employees and that you're committed to being fair. It defines who eligible workers are. It basically says they would have had to have been working during that time period. Excuse me. It also says that they would need to be employed by the county at the time that this is approved and the disbursement is made. So that does include at this point someone who has left and is back now. So they worked during the period, they left, but they came back and are working now. As long as they're still working, when you approve it, the actual pay, and we cut the check, they would be eligible, even if they've had a short break in service. It includes both full-time and part-time. The way that we have it right now is we did not include commissioners. If you decide you want to include commissioners, they recommend that you have a working group make that determination on your behalf. We did include all department heads, including elected department heads. The department heads, except for the electeds, so not the electeds, but the other department heads, their hours are in this plan for premium pay according to how many hours they say they were clocked in during that time frame. The elected department heads, I'm the only one who clocks in. So, and I only do that because I want to know how much of my life I'm giving to the county. So, but we just did that based on 40-hour week for all elected department heads. We did, let's see, that's kind of where we started. And let's see, there'll be a process. So we went through and had to determine what was actually hours worked versus holiday or any kind of time off, because that's not eligible for premium pay, just time worked. So we have done that. There's a form here that we're going to be filling out for every employee. And right now you don't need to pay attention to the dollar per hour, because we think it's going to be probably $4 an hour, based on the $750,000 amount that you noted, but we're still doing the calculations. So that, before we send them out, we'll know that. But each employee we'll work with the department heads, go over these with the department heads as we have them for each employee in their department, and then each employee has to sign saying, yes, this is accurate for my hours, to be able to receive the premium pay. Then there's also an opt-out. If somebody wants to opt out of the premium pay, they would need to fill out this form and turn it in by June 10th, saying that they're opting out. Someone may, decide to opt out because of tax implications or something that it would affect it otherwise for them. I wouldn't foresee that we're really going to have very many, if any, that would opt out.
I was just wondering, is people gonna have to amend their taxes?
This will be taxable, and we'll do withholding on according to whatever, however it's set up.
This year?
It'll be on this year.
Okay.
It will not be on last year.
Because a lot of people say,
So-
oh, I'm amend my
No,
taxes because it was
it's
prior
pay that
year.
they're gonna receive in the current year.
Okay.
We have also figured into the $750,000, the county's cost for capers, Medicaid, Social Security, and unemployment, and work comp, because those are all expenses that we're paying on those extra dollars. So that $750,000 should cover those expenses that are out of pocket for the county, plus the wage for the employee. And when we did that, when Carlotta and I were working through that, it looked like it would be just under the $750,000. We have not done anything for volunteers for EMS. Under the initial premium pay, it wasn't allowed. However, since we're going to be doing it under government operations, it is allowed. And so my suggestion was potentially to do for the ones that went on runs and actually could potentially have had exposure. They typically make $25 for the run pay. My suggestion was, and Carlotta thought it was a good idea too, was to add an additional $10 during that time frame for every run that a volunteer went on. So some people, that would be $10 for the whole year, because they don't go very often. Others, it would be a little bit more, but it would be, I think when we looked at the grand total, not including benefits, it was somewhere around $3,000 added on to that. So it could bump you slightly over the $750 grand total with benefits, and if you decided to do that for the volunteers.
And you're talking just the volunteers in the department?
Right, the others receive hourly pay, the
Correct.
full-time folks
Correct.
and
But
part-time folks, and it
about
would be,
volunteers that are on call.
if they never went,
If they never went.
they would not receive, if they're just on call and they never went, they would not receive any additional pay.
I'm just thinking that maybe you have some of those that has only 10 runs, and So for a whole year, or for that time frame, so what if you doubled the $25?
Well, I can get you those figures,
I just,
but,
maybe, once we see the numbers, maybe give us the numbers, what it would look like.
okay.
Because you're not paying them nothing for their being on call during that time.
No, we aren't paying any call time for any departments, like for Road and Bridge or anybody else. We're not counting that, because that was time that they weren't receiving, they were at home or wherever they wanted to be. They weren't receiving any exposure to COVID during that time. And so
Hours worked.
the reason that we did it this way is because we don't track those runs by the hour. So I thought if you go by how many runs somebody actually did, that could be their potential exposure. That would be where the
And
money
I
should
agree
be.
with that, I don't have no problem with that, I'm just saying that I know that they don't get nothing for that year of being on call or anything like that, which,
No,
even though that's just like going to work. If you're on call from midnight to midnight for 24 hours on the ambulance department, it's just like being on call or being working, but.
yeah, but it would, so if you have someone that's on call all the time but never goes on a run, I mean, I don't think that,
Yeah, but if when you get to the runs, then $25 double it. I'm just saying that might be, I don't know, I'd like to see the numbers of people, what it would look like.
okay.
Because I know of some that's expecting some sort of.
If they're
Well,
volunteer,
the
they're
premium
expected
pay
to
didn't allow you to pay
Okay.
volunteers at all.
Because they're hearing that, I mean.
Well, they're not volunteering. I mean, if you're volunteering, that means you're donating.
Well, yeah.
That is true. That is true. You can only make a certain amount, or you're not a volunteer. So, to be considered the reason we're allowed to have a paid volunteer service is because they're doing it for a very small fee. And that's how, under fair labor standards, we can do it as a paid volunteer. So we would want to be careful about that too. But I just thought it was a way to actually include the volunteers, where before they were having to be completely excluded.
Appreciate it, yeah.
So, but we can get the numbers
Yeah.
both ways. So this is not an approval right now today of the amounts or the dollars for any person. This is just basically the policy that needs to be approved so that we can move forward, that says how you're defining everyone and what you're going to do, and that it's going to be fair, and kind of how we lay it out. So, does anybody have questions about this?
So how long are you gonna take to implement this? I mean, give them
Our-
30 days to fill it out,
No,
2 weeks?
what we want to try to do is they need to opt out or confirm by June 10th. We're going to try to have this done in the
Okay,
next 2
okay.
weeks,
Right,
so that we could
That's-
potentially then bring it back for approval of the board on,
The 20th.
I would like to try to do the payday on the 20th of June, if we can get it all done. That way it's a separate payday from either the 20th or the 27th.
Right.
That way it's completely separate and we can track it
Yes.
apart from our regular payday.
And this disbursement would come out of the first allocation of ARPA funds?
Correct.
When is the second allocation?
We should be hearing about that anytime.
Okay.
I have not gotten our email from Treasury saying that it's available yet,
'Cause it's
but
a-
it should be
a year
anytime.
following the
Yes.
first payment.
Yes,
But we have enough in the first allocation to cover it.
Yes.
Because we did, well, that's right, okay, very good, very good. Any other questions?
Seems to be a fair way down it. I
Right.
know some of the other counties I've talked to were kind of throwing their hands up in there. In fact, one of them said we just went to a flat amount for everybody, regardless of the position or pay or
Yeah,
anything.
we're gonna put down $100.
So,
I think-
seems fair.
I think it's been a very good job coming up with a fair policy. So I would move to approval of the premium pay policy as presented. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Commissioner Crowfoot. Discussion. Again, this is the framework, and then when we get the actual numbers, we'll get the details. If there's no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0.
okay.
Thank you
good.
very, very much.
Thank you. Just as a heads up, The next thing I'm gonna be presenting to you, hopefully soon, is an updated procurement policy, because right now we're using a specific one for CDVG, a specific one for USDA, then our county one, which doesn't really address federal funding inside of it. So there is a recommended one that I'm working on, and that'll be the next kind of big policy for you. I mean, our current one is okay, it's just, they would feel a little bit better if we had a little bit more comprehensive. And it needs to allow for like collective bargaining agreements and things like that, that we like to do sometimes, but it isn't specifically allowed under our policy. Okay.
We'll check this out. Sorry. You gonna try to check this out?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's,
She got through it all.
ooh,
Man.
I think that is all.
That was a lot to be accomplished. Can we just call it a day? Well, I know you put a tremendous amount of work into that, Tina, and everybody thinks, oh, you just sit down and write out the checks overall. There was I know the one time I went in, the stack was over 14 inches tall for what we just approved today, just for those items for today. And the hours and hours and hours of work.
It's been a lot, and so thank you for that. And I will say that Sherry has done a lot of work too on
Good.
figuring wages and things
Yeah.
like that to help us be ready, so.
Right.
We have a little bit of review and tweaking, but I think we're in a pretty good
Good.
place, and I think it looks like it's gonna be about $4 an hour.
Good. As like Commissioner Becker said, I think it is very, as good as you can get as far as being fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shift gears for just a little bit while I'm throwing thank yous to Tina. We did have our bond rating call last week, in between all of your other duties and
That was
responsibilities.
fun. I haven't ever gotten to do that before.
And believe me, Tina put weeks of work into preparing for that presentation and phone call, because she provides all the financial information and documents and puts them together. And there were a few snags with their auditor, which we may talk about at a later date. But so I thought the call went very well. The council thought the call went very well. So I think we're hoping for, what does it say, double A minus to,
Wow.
well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what
Just
they
have to
do.
see.
But we should know something, I think, by June 2nd, preliminarily
Right.
at least, of what our bond rating will be, right?
Right. The call went well. You never know what questions you're gonna get thrown at you.
Don't wanna get out of the A range.
No. We're
That starts
definitely
affecting your.
Yeah, it's one thing that they are, the Standard and Poor's and the New York analysts, they're used to cities, because cities do a lot of bonds, and they're not really familiar with rural counties. So that's what the council had us do a lot, Tina do a lot of extra legwork. And we did a little extra background work on the county as a whole and how we're run, and to give them a little more comfort.
Yeah, you gotta do a big history.
Yeah, but it's, I thought it went very well.
Was our last bond, you did the jail bond?
We have a real small one for the radios,
Oh,
that was
yeah, that's
through
right.
USDA, but our last major one was for the jail, yes.
Well, that ought to be a good one to refer back to, so I'm getting out of it to see that's cool.
All right, with that, I see Bryce is here. If we're ready to start, is this the favorite time of the year budget, or is it department head reviews? Anyway, it is a fun time of year.
You ready for me, is that what you said?
That's what we're saying, and remember, we're wanting more done with less dollars. I think that's what the standard.
So is that why we got the bigger table?
More for less.
But it is a folding table.
Yes,
So-
gotcha.
So you see, we're getting more done with less.
Gotcha.
Seeing
I'm sorry.
Bryce just reminds me that I had put on the table that, the bid for
Okay.
coordinating.
Did you want to start with that, or?
Wherever you want to start.
I think that's on the top of everybody's stack, so.
That was the or the cost to do the full depth reclamation for 3 miles. Now, again, with that being said, if you do want to proceed with that, I don't know where that puts us as far as finishing the project either. So,
It's this year, next year.
well, what he wants to do is regardless, they would like to do the project all at one time. But if you want to do this, they'll have to work in, the quote was from Coughlin, that they would do that 3 miles, but they would come in and overlay the rest of it, probably within the next couple of weeks, because they have a job, they have to move their plant, and they would be able to do this out of Wichita, so they would do that in the process, and then wait to have the full depth reclamation done, and then overlay that when they got done. So again, I don't know what that time frame is, and that time frame is going to be as of today, because if it continues this kind of weather here, who knows? So, but anyway, it still seems like an awful lot of money, but you've got $130,000 just in mobilization to get the equipment there.
That's why you try to have more miles.
Yeah,
to do it.
yeah.
The unit price went up 75 cents square yard. Cement went up $10 a ton.
And most of that is going to be fuel costs.
But the mobilization went down. All the units went down. Those multiple units went up.
Well, thank you for doing this, and I still say that I would not hesitate to vote yea for this, but thank you for doing the work for it. I do know just what you said, though. They're gonna come in and do the 8 miles, and then this will be a separate project later on down the road, or
Whatever that would be.
Yeah.
I'm guessing probably, last I heard was a month or two ago, was like August or September. But again, that may change, they may have projects moved or whatever else, so. But, based on it was about 2.4 million for just the asphalt, we're still about a third of it just for this, or a third more just for this.
About 300,000 a mile.
Which,
283.
What could we tap to get that done? I mean, we're gonna threaten the rest of our projects if we do this. But it'd be nice if we could do it.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
so we had, when we were going through the bonding, we were talking about 3.1 million.
Right.
that was
We're at
it.
2.6 with another 8. I mean, we'll be over, but it's putting it back into perspective. Going into this, we were thinking 3.1. So there's another 500,000 there. I know we want to do other things, but that would put us over by 350.
Where's our main budget? Big one out, what kind of dollars are we setting in there now, total after this, or during this year? I haven't.
Well, it just depends on what you end up doing. I had told the bond folks that we're probably not gonna spend that capital improvement down under 1.5 million in 2023. But, that's probably where you would take it from, if you did extra.
That's about the only one that I.
Well, that's where it needs to come from.
Yeah.
On top of that 500,000, I was talking about difference between the bid and budget. Also on 190th, they're coming in about 200,000 under. So combine all that, and now you're at 150 over.
Until they actually do the work,
Yeah.
and then they have change orders.
And then
It's without change orders.
Right, I get it. I'm just putting it all into perspective.
Right.
And
A
then
lot of
you
big
saw-
numbers are getting thrown around, but you're forgetting about.
Right,
about the
where
old
you're making
numbers.
some things up, right?
And then you saw that we are not getting cost share on Kansas.
Right.
So that we pay the full cost of Kansas.
Get a little discouraging that we're putting up 40% of it, we still can't get any more of those projects, you know, so, but they're like everybody else, they're getting so, and everybody's looking for
Do you
money.
get to see the list of what they do, Bryce?
Well,
It's, they
It is something
publicize
published.
what's on there, but they're the same as anything else, they just, they don't have so much money and.
Well, the reason why I'm asking though is, I'd like to see whether somebody else is ponying up 60%, 70%, what.
I
That's the
don't
reason
know,
why I'm
if
asking.
that is never, all they give you is the projects,
Okay.
so, and I don't know if that's,
How much each person gets.
yeah, I
Yeah.
suppose if you
And how they
contact them,
give, yeah.
I suppose you could contact them and find that out, but.
kind of look at it as abundance of caution. I'm just scared of that section of road, having a good overlay on it.
Plus,
Something bad happens, which has been happening.
Okay, so if they do the full depth reclamation, then does that go down to the 2-inch overlay or does that stay at the 3?
Well, I mean, that's something we could look at. You would think that that would be I would say good engineering judgment to where now we don't need, we're getting more of a base out of it.
so we still have 2 miles of 3 inch.
But then there's 2 miles of 3-inch.
Yeah.
That's figured at 3 inches what we're gonna do.
This has absolutely nothing to do with the 3-inch.
Okay.
This is
This is
on
the
top
extra.
of what we were looking to do.
Right.
But if we went ahead and did the whole thing, we'd have figured 3 inches for the, everything.
That's what the original contract is still
That's 2
set for.
points, huh? Right.
Yeah.
Why would that change? Why wouldn't you just they would lay 8 and then they would come back and lay 3 miles, I'm talking miles of road.
It'd be cheaper if we laid 2.
What they're saying is we could reduce the 3-inch, or the 3-inch overlay on this 3 miles down to 2, but that was, so then you'd go 2, 3, 2 on your asphalt.
This will stay 3.
To me, that only makes sense because you're gonna, if you're gonna have a base, that 2 should work.
It should. It
But,
should.
I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So it seems to me like you're overspending for, then to put a 3-inch on top of something that's supposed to be solid as a rock.
I see what you're saying there. Okay. Would we know what that would cost in difference if we don't do that 3 miles in?
Well,
To figure still have to pay for
I'd have to
it?
go back to them and see, I mean, it would be, it'd probably be a major item change because of the dollar figure. And that's where there, the mobilization, bond costs, and everything else are figured. So to say that it would just be
Yeah.
proportional,
You can't
Yeah.
say that, right?
You
So-
said it'd be better just to leave it.
well, like I said, I need to go back because our contract, it says 3 inches level, or if we could go back and change it, we at least need to go back and change that.
Right. That change order wind up costing money to put down less.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
think so, but it
That
wouldn't,
would be-
it wouldn't just be a proportional
Proportional,
1/3.
right.
No, I
Reduction.
understand, I understand that.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna come back to your professional opinion on it, but I know your opinion is that we can do the spot repair and it would get us I know I wanna pin down the number of years, but get a good result. Would the full depth reclamation get a better result than the spot repair?
I would say yes.
Okay.
But again, the other thing that brings up is now that, you're talking about the last 3 miles, well, we originally went for the last 5 miles. So now we're gonna have 3 sections
Right.
in there that, and again, we can only speculate or make judgments or whatever else as of now.
Right.
That's what I said before is, we do the best we can based on our engineering and professional judgment,
Yes.
for those things,
So the public would be inconvenienced 3 different times for detours and road construction.
Well, my thought was if they do want to proceed
Nowadays.
with or do the full depth reclamation, I would suggest that we do the 2-inch overlay on the north 6.5 miles. And then we just do 1.5 inch overlay on the next 2 miles until the full depth reclamation is done. That way you would get a better ride, because if you go from 2 to 3 to the full depth reclamation, that's a pretty big drop. I mean, just temporarily until they got the full depth reclamation done, then they come back, finish the 1.5 inch overlay, and then they could do the 3-inch, unless you wanted to just go with 2.
But we can keep that last section open, even doing the full depth. I mean, we're not gonna have to look at any detours or anything.
No, and the contractor realizes we have to leave the road open to at least allow for local traffic to get in and out. I've said before, we're always gonna deal with the people that are gonna drive around 13 or 11.5 miles of barricades just because I wanna drive down that road. So, I mean, unfortunately, that's just something we deal with, but. I mean, I totally understand where the board is coming from. You wanna try to work on this road, it's our most traveled roadway and everything else, but I also think the fact is, with $800,000, could we use that money elsewhere, on roads that need it as well? You know, but again, that's whatever you guys wanna do.
You say you don't find any water under those bad spots.
Nope.
You have no idea why they're falling through.
Mainly just the material that's down below there. No significant work done on it in the last 20, 30 years. I mean, they had Jesse Ham thought it was like the early 2000s, they had an overlay on it, but he thought it was probably a chip sealed or blade or cold mix road before that. Running that amount of traffic over there for that many years without any substantial overlay on it, it's just due to, I mean, it's got its useful life in that area. Why the south section is worse than the other, I say worse, in fact, it looks to be, or apparently looks to be worse shape than what the northern part is. I don't know why that is. I mean, you know, like I said, we can speculate all we want to. I could go out there and take a quarter every 50 feet and get you all sort of information, but it really tell us what's there. We have varying amount of asphalt out there the way it is. And I say asphalt again, it's like most of the roads in the county, it's a cold mix, it's whatever else, because you know, you look at the south shop out here, that whole concrete or that whole asphalt pavement there was made cold mix. That's how they built roads back then, you know, under budgets. So again, I can only speculate whatever that may be, but
Irregardless of whether there's water or not, evidently it's a soil type that doesn't stay put, or
well, high clay soils, or you know what they call fatty clays, absorb water, and it's like it basically it's not quite to mud, but you know the wetter it is, the more it moves around. Sand is just the opposite. Typically, the more water you put with sand, the harder it will be, as long as it's contained.
Do you believe that if we did the reclamation, that putting blacktop back over is gonna make a smoother ride than what we ended up with on Nighthawk or 330th?
By putting asphalt over there, yes, it's going to be smoother than what it was before. Especially if you put 3 inches over it, because that gives them 2 passes to make it better. You still deal with the issue of, you know, unevenness or whatever else, due to the fact that it is 12 inches of compaction. So, but obviously, we will do whatever we can to make sure it's as smooth as possible. So, but you know, and again, I still think some of the issues that we've had with the unevenness or whatever else still could be from the issues of maybe still have a little bit of movement, you know, on this 12 inches of stuff after the fact, heavy traffic. Again, I don't know. Most people in the industry really don't have an answer for that either. the project up there, in, was that Wabunsee County?
Now,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, kind of same thing, you know, where it moves around a little more and so, you know.
I just wish you would've found moisture there. And we just
Well,
would've put in.
and again,
Well, then we would've put in bleeder tubes or something, and then,
well, you know, but still comes down to the fact is even if I had found water in some of those holes, would that have meant there was water everywhere else out there too? You know, it's again, that core, that is exactly at that point. Us doing a quarter every mile was way more than what you typically ever would for any other road as well. So,
What, didn't you core sample 290?
yes.
And what's the difference between core sample?
You mean 190s?
290.
We haven't done 290s.
Well, what is it? Not two. Durham Lincolnville Road.
Yeah, 290s.
Yeah, but
We
you haven't done yet.
No, we have not done that. But I mean,
We're
it's
just going in and-
it's very obvious that we've got base problems all the way through there, the way it's rutting and sliding and stuff, so.
But we're gonna tear it up.
Yeah, do the full depth. That was the plan.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'd like to build the same road for heavy duty traffic somewhere when we're staying the same, we're not changing, we're not doing one thing here and one thing down here.
Yeah.
And we feel that the bottom 3 miles is the worst. I guess I'd like to make the motion to go ahead with this full depth reclamation for $847,480.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Dahlke, is there a second?
second.
Second, Commissioner Gary, further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carried 3-2.
All righty. I will find out.
So this will delay everything till September probably.
I will find out for sure and.
Is that their scope? Like
I don't do what they're talking.
What's that?
Or is that your scope?
It's on the.
That's all there is.
Okay, Commissioner Dahlke, did you include in your motion chairman to sign?
Yes.
Yes.
And the second also heard that? Yeah, project bid for one phase to be completed by calendar year 2022. That was their notes?
Yes, all this stuff is theirs.
Okay.
Yep. No, the plan was still getting done this year.
Yeah. Well, I like this company. I think they're the best. I mean, from what I see.
So they have plans for the millings?
What's that?
They have plans for the millings?
Don't know. I haven't talked to them about that, but.
No, it's on the left, not the right. Sorry. The other
Make
left.
an X.
I know, sorry. That's
You
all right, I
know.
have white out.
You know, you have to put an X.
Sorry.
Or a little sign here.
Yeah, so an arrow.
I apologize. Thank you. Yeah. All right.
All right, so there's, you got a plan.
Okay. I will follow up with that.
I know we just spent a whole bunch of extra money, but, I want to ask your honest opinion on 150th. If the microsurfacing would be a good fit for that road.
I look at the fact is that anything that we do on the road, above a chip seal does have merit and benefit. You know, it helps with the smoothness of the road, a little bit, but again, structurally, it's more, say structurally, it's more than chip seal, but less than overlay, but you look at the cost of it compared to what it is for an overlay as well.
Like I said, I don't know about any shoulders falling off on that road yet. I don't know if anything, it's more of just kind of got some ruts.
Yeah. It has the same problem that almost every other road in the county we have is, it just doesn't have structure. But can we justify spending, you know, an overlay on that, you know, for the, especially 150th? I mean, it used to be paved all the way over McPherson County, now it just goes from Indigo to K-15.
Right.
It doesn't carry near the traffic of 120 that does, you know.
That's why I was just looking for an honest opinion on microsurfacing, because 120th is probably more of a candidate for an overlay or something else.
Again, you know, I gave you the list a while back,
Right.
$38 million worth of work that could be done, and so,
Yeah.
you know.
just seems like this micro surfacing seems to be, for roads that aren't just over-traveled, seems to.
Passenger car.
Yeah, passenger car seems to be a cost-effective way to.
Well, you know, again, cost effectiveness is looking at what your end benefit or end result you're looking at. You know, are you looking for an overlay that will give you the 10 to 15 to 20 years? You know, this stuff here even said, you know, 5-6 years, depending on what's underneath there before you have to turn around and do something else. But again, they're like everybody else. Once they put this down, it's, you know, they've done their job. What happens after that is out of everybody's control.
And the other reason why I'm bringing it up right now is because of 190th. If they're gonna be in town anyway.
I don't think there'd be a problem other than getting the material here. That's the biggest thing they're facing, because I know that's why Tina's been doing a great job getting things back and forth with them on that, because they want to get that stuff starting to get brought in.
So I guess
How many miles is that? Is that six miles?
It's C, D, E, F, G, H, seven.
Seven miles.
Got 7 miles.
7
Seven
miles.
miles. Yep, 7 miles.
Is there any way the board be okay with getting a quote?
Well, we need to start looking at some other parts of the county too. And we're spending, Commissioner Dalkey just bumped the per mile rate up, so maybe we need to spend the per mile rate in some other parts of the county. And maybe some other roads in other parts of the county need attention.
Well, we're gonna have to spend some money on 290th, just to keep it
Yeah. And of
from
course,
being
we
dangerous.
We have to have cost share, because the commission won't approve it without cost share. If it doesn't get the cost share, it's not gonna be done. And we've already spent the money that can't be done without cost share. And we've got all the side roads, secondary paved roads that now there's no money to do. So I think we better stick with the plan that's in place. But that's just my opinion, I'm 1 of 5. So there's a motion to move forward, make the motion.
I'd like to see a quote, at least on 150th on microsurfacing. But
I'd like to see full depth reclamation up on Quail Creek and Kansas and a whole bunch of other roads. But
And
I
to be honest with
know
you,
it's not gonna happen.
I'm gonna say the quote is going to be very similar to what they've already done.
cost per mile.
Yeah, cost per mile. That would give you a rough idea. So 7, I think it was what, 6?
So is a road like Kansas, is that a candidate for microsurfacing?
Again,
Base.
anything that's gonna be, yeah, I mean, but you know that.
Yeah, I know a lot
Yeah.
of it's really.
But-
That's what I
That, and the reason
Too many
why,
trucks there.
well, yeah, Canada has a lot more trucks going up and down than what, especially 150. Now 120th carries a lot of commuter traffic back and forth to Gossel. But that's where it comes down to. The fact is that the heavier the loads, the per axle loads is what gets us. But, you know, Kansas faces the same thing, there's no base. But again, we would still be doing more than a chip seal. You know, I mean, that's, as far as covering up the ruts, because typically when we go in and blade patch, that's all we're doing is smoothing up and getting rid of ruts and trying to get the water to drain off there instead of sitting in holes.
At $58,376 per mile, which is what our last quote was,
Yeah.
for 7 miles, it's $408,632
For 7.5 miles.
for 7 miles.
7 miles. So,
I think we just need to stay with our original plan and quit adding and get something done.
Oh, we are gonna get something done.
But we can't keep adding
Yeah.
every week, add another section.
well, yeah. The one thing about 150th, probably as much as anything else, it's a little narrower road, which doesn't really mean much unless you meet 2 decent sized, you know, trucks meeting there or whatever else, but it happens all the time. But again, there is no lack of need for work, so.
All right, let's move forward. What do you have next?
Well, I guess budget, unless you have anything else.
Any other department updates?
I talked with GNR Equipment to see if they would be interested in taking our Light 120 as a trade, so they're gonna come look at it. As far as road, the rain has really hit us hard. We had everybody in trucks today, so they're out hauling rock.
Oh, any update on Albany Road?
No, the guy that was supposed to show up this last week, had to postpone, and I have not heard an update back.
I question. Somebody asked me, you're not gonna disturb the asphalt that's in town. They want to make sure that, I guess there's good asphalt. You wouldn't tear it.
I guess that's up to a commission decision, if you wanna go from the railroad tracks into town.
I don't think we should go on it.
I don't think that area is as bad, but I think simply because it's lower speed
Just say
traffic as
going
well.
north by the church is good asphalt.
Yeah, for the most part, because it doesn't get near
Yeah.
the traffic, but, yeah, I'd like to say that, but that also pushes it down the road, is that something we'll have to wash down the road, so if we leave it asphalt, we need to go back in and put back asphalt
Just
back
gonna
in.
mention that,
Yeah,
that you'll think about it.
yeah.
Do what's right.
Sure. Well, the biggest problem with the asphalt in town by the church is we just need to make sure that, there's good drainage there, because that's the worst thing we do is have bad drainage in the parking lots and going through town.
I know we got too many engineers already there.
Well. But, no, I mean, we can show, I don't wanna have to do any more work than we have to,
Yeah.
because obviously it would be nice going right there by the church, but, and north and south. So, we kinda have the same thing in Gossel when we go north and south out of there, and those roads aren't holding up as well. But I can understand that people who live there would like to keep them that way, but, so.
All right.
Anyway, so, yeah, when I find out, I'll try to contact him again and get back with you, so.
Let's move into budget.
All right, do you have blank sheets, or do I need to? No?
Whatever you're presenting, you need to provide them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did that.
Okay.
I didn't hear, so, I guess I didn't make copies of this, but the changes for
Here,
2023.
let me do that for
You wanna do
you,
that?
because Scott's gonna need that. Yes, we need copies. Here,
Okay,
thank you.
yeah. As far as equipment for 2023. I guess I gave you a copy of that one, too.
Okay,
Thank you.
Price, we've got some red here, just in case.
Yes, I know.
Just in case
Well,
you
and
get carried away here.
you will notice there's no $38 million in there like there was 20, whatever it was last time, so.
Okay.
As far as
I
the,
thought Sorry, go ahead.
as far as the equipment, one of the things that I got to looking at, I've actually been talking about since 2019, is to try to get a new front end loader backhoe. The one we have now is developing a lot of issues with pins and stuff like that. The New Holland we have still isn't fantastic. That's what I was kind of looking at for that. As far as, we talked about, maybe some dump trucks and things like that, but I think we're probably in good enough shape. I guess it'd be nicer if we could get more staff, obviously, to keep those going all the time. But it's like today, we put everybody we could in a truck, so all in all. As far as requesting the 2 motor graders, I think that's gonna be a pretty hard, well, a difficult no, let's put it that way, because our lease payments and purchases for the next several years are gonna be pushing that 400,000 that we typically get in transfers, especially in 23, 24, and 25. So to say that we'd have to, I'd love to, but I just don't know if we can, be able to fund that, because right now we're still paying on the dozer, the 2012 cat grader, the tractor mower, and the bobcat. So it'd be kind of tough to turn around and put some more money on top of that, even though I'd love to.
Get some stuff paid off.
Yep. So, anyway, because our last payment on the bobcat's in 24, the dozer, the last payment's in 25, and then 2012, the last payment's in 25. And the cat grader. The tractor and mower is done in 2023. So 2026, we drop down to about 270,000. So.
Okay. My question last week or so was that 100-some-thousand we put back in from the equipment?
Mhm. That's not in any of this.
Yeah.
I didn't include any of that.
Right,
so.
right. But what I'm wanting to know is what's your final payoffs on a couple of those smaller roads?
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah, well, we could figure that out. Yeah, I'll take care of that.
So yes.
It's listed in this book, she listed all that stuff in
Yeah,
That's
okay.
right.
The final payoffs on them, okay.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
And I guess, wasn't you gonna check and see if there was any prepayment, or whatever on those as well?
Penalties.
Yeah,
If you decide that you wanna try to pay something off early, we'll check. I'm not
Okay.
just gonna go check them all
okay.
randomly. Or
there. She needs something to do.
Is that what it is? Okay, gotcha.
Well, we just heard about 14 inches worth of paper.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
don't
it's not
put it-
something I would have time to just go and check everything, but
Gotcha,
if
gotcha.
there's a
Pick one,
specific
check
one, I could
Okay,
check.
yeah, so, and the only other thing would be, we were looking at a new copier for our office, down there, it's starting to develop some issues, and I think, Jesse got it in 16. We've been having the repair guy out there more and more often, and that, one time just to replace it was the used toner container, he literally took everything out of that machine to get to it. It's just like, hopefully he can put this all back together, you know, so. But anyway,
Would that run through like they do up here? Do
What-
it 360 or?
whatever it is, yeah. Because I think lately haven't they been leasing all
Yeah.
the copiers? Okay.
It's,
Then you get a new one in 5
We-
years.
Yeah.
We bought ours, but it was through, we did it,
yeah,
but we aren't doing
they
it
have a
through
maintenance
it.
program.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, but that's just something there.
That would be my request.
They don't
is
make them
try-
like they used to, because the last one that Carol bought, we bought outright, and we kept that thing 20 years. And they
Xerox?
kept fixing it. No, it wasn't a Xerox.
Yeah, they won't give you parts after
That
5
was
years now.
BSI.
Yeah, and then they said, well, we can't get these parts anymore.
Just
It's
because they
like-
went out of business because their stuff never broke.
But the new ones,
Took care of that.
they're not made to last that long
Yeah.
anymore.
It seems
We're
like
such a disposable society anymore.
anything that's good never makes any money after the sale, so they don't last.
Yeah. So, as far as anticipated personnel changes, we just talked about the technician position. I'd love to have a full staff, but, you know, we lost one here a couple weeks ago, and we might be losing another one as well, as far as the newer ones. So, we just never know. So, any unique situations is gonna be obviously the fuel prices. Those keep going up, but we're still at or below our budget for this year, assuming things just don't go crazy amounts. So, be one of the few years we'll actually be at the budget amount instead of considerably less. But, and then, talking about a new building again, for whatever it may be. Listing and matters of importance, new building. I just put it on there twice, and, yeah, yes. And obviously the, budget for, asphalt roads, if you know. So, and, as far as explaining the request, I think it's, straightforward. I wish there was, so. But anyway, I guess getting down into these numbers. And you want to start with administration, I assume. The only thing I did was, given the amount that was sent to me, was I added about 42,000 or a little over 40,000 for that technician position.
So I think he's on the third page of the packet.
Okay, I'm sorry. Page 104, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. Anyway, page 104. Yep.
But that technician's coming out of yours, or is that?
At the admin. I mean, we could put it somewhere else, I guess.
Just all payroll.
All payroll comes out of their own department.
Yeah, because we have.
Road and Bridge is split into 4 sections, basically,
Right.
plus special bridge.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're split into administrative.
Gravel roads, blacktop roads, special bridge. Yep. So, contractual at 140,000, we leave at 120,000, or go to 120,000. Commodities 3,500, we've been running that last several years about that. Capital outlay again for copier and or computer. So I thought we had bought 2 minis or whatever they are, but I guess we got them in the last year's budget. So it's kind of where we are there. Any questions or not much going on there? Go on to page 105, Blacktop Roads, Personnel Services. The only thing would be the contractual services for Blacktop Roads, maybe up to 50,000 for testing that we may need or whatever else. So commodities were 950,000. We haven't got anything there, and come to find out that there was a miscommunication. They actually got put towards the tax budget. So we'll at least keep track of that. There is no. Tampa
So I think
Road-
what he's trying to explain to you is that we've been paying cold mix
Yes.
costs out of the road and bridge sales tax.
Yes.
Oh.
And he's paid the entire amount, where in the past, we've just paid a portion.
Right.
But there were a couple years where we didn't pay it out of there, so I've just been kind of keeping an eye on it.
Yep.
So that's in the general fund, just so you know, we've been
Okay.
paying for the cold mix out of the general fund, out of the road and bridge sales tax
Sales
line
tax.
item.
Gotcha.
Next year, you're probably not gonna be able to do all of that out of there, so that line item is for that road and bridge, blacktop commodities. So some of his
Yeah.
cold mix will be coming out of there next year instead of all out of the
I'm
general.
hoping we won't have to use as much cold mix when we start getting it anyway, so. And then we always have the blacktop projects. We've never really, I mean, in the past it's been 500,000 that we've, 500,000 doesn't go very far for blacktop roads, but if you want to go back and put the 500,000 back in there, we can do that.
We did not put it in there for this year, because you can see the historical, we
Yeah.
haven't been charging it to that line.
Right. So, like I said, with $500,000, it doesn't give us much, so. Commodities, there we are.
In the past few years, we've been paying any blacktop projects that have been just coming out of commodities, because it's not been designated as a specific
Right.
project.
Can we take that Tampa Road payment out of there, or does that have to stay in there, or?
It is out of there, it's not in the
Well, but I mean,
budget.
just
Well,
using
it's-
white out.
So the reason it's in there is because you have 2020 actual and 2019
So
actual.
once it finally gets out of that, then,
Yeah.
okay. Just trying to clean things up a little bit. Sheet 106, gravel roads, personnel services. Pretty much the same that we had last year. Commodities, obviously, we're doing pretty lean right now, but we really haven't got into a lot of the big push of stuff. So again, I think we'll hit that really hard when we start, if we get done with blade patch and chip seal and get back into rebuilding roads. I think that'll come in there. And obviously, the increase in contractual the same as same as 2022 would be for the contract haulers. We start hauling with them more, so. I forgot, was that 38 million on blacktop roads? So. Since Randy.
You really gotta go there?
Well,
Since he There you go.
reminded me that he had a good
Well,
opinion.
some of those are getting off the list.
Yeah.
That number is going down.
Well, yeah, still got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Road and bridge, construction, or personnel services, but the construction commodities, leave it 200,000, I can write that down, I guess. 200,000 on that. I think we've got some bridge decking that should have been paid out of there, but I don't know what happened.
Well, you've got a bridge project that we're paying out of there, that we were paying out of there. We had expenses in 2021 out of there.
Okay.
Might be Eagle Bridge, or I don't remember what bridge it is.
No.
And we haven't typically been paying it out of there.
Goldenrod.
Yeah.
Goldenrod.
Goldenrod, yeah.
342. Yeah, I mean, we were reimbursed. Maybe that's what that was. And we leave that at 200,000. Road and bridge maintenance on sheet 108 or page 108. No road changes. Hey,
I thought it was 106 next. 108.
yeah.
Okay.
Dropped my sign budget down to 30,000 because we haven't been using near as many signs. We've replaced all the signs in the county now, so we shouldn't be hitting here. So even though the costs are going up, we don't have near as much to replace.
Back to just maintenance.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
so if you had to replace all Mustang signs, it's about 30 grand. Because that seems to be the one that's disappeared.
I don't know what it is about Mustang.
It just
Yeah,
disappeared.
yeah, so.
Change the name, huh?
Well, I don't know. And it doesn't matter how hard you make it for them to do it, it just.
They'll take the post. They'll take the whole post if you make it too
Well,
hard.
it's just like that one over on, it's in the county, they take the post and the sign and everything else, and they take it about 3 miles into Chase County and drop it off on the side of the road, and Tom calls me, so we go over and get it and bring it back, and,
They leave the sign on it?
yeah,
They just pull the whole post.
pull the whole post.
They don't take the sign?
No,
Why the pole?
don't know.
Must be a conspiracy.
Don't know. So,
How's the Sawzall operator quit?
the Sawzall operator.
Last couple years ago, we was having a Sawzall just going up.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't heard a thing about it.
It's been a while.
Huh?
They couldn't figure out how to do the bolts and stuff after
Yeah.
they put the new bolts on.
That's
So
Or give them ideas.
Yes.
That's what they were doing.
As far as that, we had a stop sign up at Diamond and 330th that got hit 2 days in a row. They just went up to the truck and hit it, and just pushed it right on over, so you can see the marks and everything, so. We got it fixed second time, they haven't been back, so. Page 120, Special Bridge Personnel Services.
Your first page.
Second. Gotcha.
Go backwards.
There we go.
The only thing that we've had is question with Special Bridge capital outlay. We haven't been in the last several years, so don't know why we would go back. Otherwise, everything else would stay the same. What thereabouts.
Bryce, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
On your personnel lines, were those the numbers you got from Cherry, or are those just numbers you put in?
Pretty close to the ones. Well,
Okay.
they weren't exactly, but if that's what you want, they can put them exactly in there, so,
I was just curious.
yeah.
So did Cherry figure in
She figured a July step.
Yes.
And whatever new positions and
Yes.
whatever vacancies filled, so her numbers should be pretty good.
She had all the vacancies as well?
I haven't looked at yours.
Okay,
She typically does.
Okay.
So you'd have to look at
Yeah.
that and see.
good.
Okey-doke.
And then finally, sheet 124 would just be the special equipment fund, and obviously, we just talked about that. The 2022 budget, I don't know why that ended up so high.
capital outlay?
Yeah,
The budget, you budget to spend everything, that's why.
Yeah, what was it, it was on bridges or something, right?
No, this is just equipment.
Oh, yeah.
Your budget's always about
one
that
Yeah.
high in that fund, it's just your actual amount that you spend is not
Okay.
hopefully that high. Because that's your cash carryover also, Bryce. We budget to be able to spend,
Sure.
to give authority to spend it, even though we can't spend it every year.
So that's where I put the 38 million.
I don't think that's gonna cover it.
Okay. So, what, I think it was budgeted at 400,000 or something, but. was that
That's for
something?
your income,
Oh, gotcha, okay.
and there's money in there,
Sure.
so.
Making $1 million. No, just- So, based on that, keep it the same.
The way that we usually figure that budget for special equipment is we look at whatever we know is payments that need to come out, and Scott does a lot of that. So
Yeah.
I work with Scott usually to figure all those payments.
So I just,
And then we figure you guys decide how much you're gonna transfer in, what you wanna purchase. Usually you kinda give a list of items that you need in the department and approximate costs.
well, and like I
Is
said,
that
based on what these payments are.
I
on the-
understand, but do you have any kind of a list of equipment that you're planning or needing to buy?
Well-
Because that's what we usually get.
Yeah, other than that front end loader backhoe, and the last time that I got a price on that, it was like 110,000, so I'm guessing it's probably 125 to 130, you know, who knows, but we've got the bids on it, so.
You can find one.
Yeah, well, it's like everything else, those maybe will be a little easier to come by, you think there'd be more of them, but other than that, the copier, like I said, I'd love to get new motivators, but it's gonna be pretty difficult.
The one piece of equipment that I hear a lot from the public that they say this county should have and doesn't have is a mini excavator.
Okay?
Just because of the multitude of things you can do with it, plus you can haul it with a 3/4 ton pickup or 1 ton pickup.
On a trailer and you clean ditches. You
Well-
never even have to get it off the trailer.
They actually make a rubber-tired excavator as well,
Yeah.
which you can run up down the road. Dickinson County has one. Evidently, they have actually looked at the mini excavators in the past. It comes down to the fact is just how many do you want to get compared to how big do you want to get. The guys have always said, oh, we need bigger, 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 bigger. Well, if you get to be too big, then the other problem is, or I say, you're talking about moving them around, is that you basically have to have, I mean, you can use a taller trailer. We've actually looked into getting basically what they call them, a drop deck, whatever they are, so they're lower to the ground, to move the skid steer as well as the forklift if we ever need it, as well as the Mini X. I've actually checked into Mini X, I would say a mid-sized one, county price was about $160,000. Now, do we need a new one? Can we go out and buy something used? You know, they do have their advantages, but they also have disadvantages. You know, you never get the right size for what exactly you need. You know, but yes, they do have, but it still comes down to the fact is that if you put them on a 3/4 ton in a trailer, you still have to have a CDL because now you push over the 26,000 pounds. So, I should say legally, you have to have a CDL.
The dump trailer is
Yeah.
the way to go.
Yeah.
With that and the skid steer.
And
Because then you got that dump trailer with you.
right,
And then you got a
but-
place to throw that excess and go take it somewhere.
But if you start pulling that much weight with a dump trailer, you're probably talking more of a 1 ton or 1.5 ton truck as well. But no, we've thought about that too. We just haven't got there. You know, that kind of trailer would probably run you 20, 30,000. Do what?
I said, I want a dump trailer really bad. I have a skid steer and a mini excavator, and I'm looking to find me a dump.
Well, and let me ask you this, you know, your Mini X, what size do you have? I mean, is it?
Oh, it's so small,
Little
but I'm
just digging trenches?
Yeah, mainly I'm just putting pipes in the ground at 3 feet.
Sure,
So,
and it's, you know, used in combination with a front end loader backhoe, as well as the skid steer, as well as the Mini X, yeah, you can do an awful lot of cleaning, especially in town. Now, the other problem that you face is in the rural part of it is when you walk it from place to place, it takes so long. You know, they don't move very
I
fast. So.
seen something, I think it was in Colorado, and I don't know if you could get away with this or not, but they had this attachment that came off the back of the tractor, and it sat down in there, and it was shaped 4 ditches, and it just ran in the ditch, and it chucked dirt clear off into the field.
Was it like a terracing machine or something?
I don't know what it was, but it was like,
Did
it
it
was
have
like
like-
an auger that was kind of fat. It
Yeah,
went out.
they make them.
Just
Yeah.
like a fuel cutter. I mean,
But it,
got paddles or-
yeah, it just
Yeah.
cut a perfect ditch and just chucked that dirt like 100 feet,
Yeah.
50 feet, just like a spread.
Yeah. And you know, there's, the problem we face is there's just not one tool that fits everything.
Right.
You know, there's places those are good, there's places that are not good. You know, one thing that's nice about the Mini X is typically you can get them down into places that you can't elsewhere.
Right.
But then you can also get them down there and not get them back out. And
Oh,
so
you
then
get
you have
out.
to bring in the heavier
You
equipment.
gotta use the bucket.
Yeah, yeah. So, but no, we've looked at that, but like I said, you know, very costly for, their uses. What I was actually going to do is I had a plan, or kind of would like to do a plan to go, fix drainage basically going through all the towns in Marion County. And what I thought about doing was, basically leasing or renting whatever else for a month or 2 months, and that's all one crew did, was to go through and do that. Now, with that being said, the county lake is also interested in a Mini X as well. So we've kind of been talking, it's like, okay, how big or how small would work for each one of us? You know, because there's places that they could go down to get in to work on trees or whatever else that you really can't get to with a backhoe, but you really would need our big excavator as well. You know, cleaning trees and stuff like that, so.
Mini will do it, even a small one, but it's how much time do you want to spend and how much diesel do you
Well,
want to burn?
yeah, and like I said, it's, you know, do you stay in the 50 horse or do you get up to the 100, do you get up to 150 horse? I mean, again, it doesn't matter what you pick, it's either gonna be too small or too big for each one, you know, so. But, yeah, it'd be nice to have. Like I said, they tried them in the past and I guess they weren't well received. That's just what I was told, whether that's, you know.
I don't know if we've ever had one right, yeah.
No, they demoed one, or tried one out, and obviously if the guys don't like to use it for whatever reason, then typically they won't go out of their way, but, you know,
Agree with that.
so.
The newer they are, the better the joysticks are.
Sure.
Working with your brain.
Sure, yeah.
Would it on the days like the wet days that we have, I mean, right now we're in a bunch of them, but would that be the days that well, I don't know whether any of our operators would take them out and clean their ditches in their area, the grader operators?
Oh, well, actually, I've been going through that with the blade man. I'm actually requiring them to use some of this other equipment, like especially the tractors and the skid steer and the tractor with the blade. I'm actually requiring them to do them so many times a year. So yeah, that's the time to do it. The problem you got too is just how wet is too wet.
Yeah,
You know, if you're out there,
yeah.
if you start tearing up too much stuff, or you're working area, you're in a, because most of those minis will have rubber tires or rubber tracks, which tend to be a little slicker than what they are with the metal ones. And so you gotta be careful not sliding off into places. Yeah. So most of our drift gets to the point where it's big enough we gotta use the big excavator most of the time, but yeah. That's like everything else, what I'd love to have compared to what we need. You know, it'd be great if we had a couple more people that we could run that more full-time as well. You know, we're losing the younger guys, the older guys that have CDLs and stuff like that already. You know, it's like today, we basically put everybody in trucks just to haul rock, just to try to get caught up on some of this stuff, so. But,
Yeah, I've seen a lot of breakthrough. And good roads, and they just broke through.
well, when you take that three, what you guys had 375 here, Steve said they had 6 inches up north. They got roads washed out again, and, you know, Mother Nature has a sense of humor that we don't understand.
But I commend you on Falcon, that 2 miles. As soon as it quit raining, like it didn't rain at all.
Yeah.
Well,
Process, the hard rock,
the reshape of the road,
Yep.
all of that is a winning combination.
yes.
Well,
We need to do a lot more of that.
Yes.
When I was up at the farm up there, they have a road up there, it's a main road. It's got a good base, and I tell you what, we had 2.5 inches over 2 or 3 days. And once it stopped raining, the sun came out, there was dust on it in the afternoon. So it just tells you, when you get the water off the road,
Oh, yeah.
you know, that's what it goes. And again, that's what we're facing, is we're just not getting past that, so hopefully we can get past that, so. So,
Back to budget, anything else?
new building?
You haven't brought that up till now. You have down there twice. three
Well,
times.
and to be honest with you, and I guess something else is, as far as the bond issue, whatever else, is that gonna be coming out of general fund? Does that need to come out of my budget, or a combination of, or
I think
come out of
they were,
Tina's budget, or?
I think they were initially looking at the capital improvement
Yes.
fund to pay those payments,
Okay.
at least for the
So
first.
just throwing that out there, and then, you know, the other thing is obviously talking about your new buildings, where's that money gonna come from? Is that
That's your budget,
Killjoy?
typically, yeah.
Killjoy.
Just put it all in there for 1 year.
I think that depends on what we do with your building location, I think.
Well,
Bryce, I think that's-
honestly too, but I'm just, you know, even, you know, what I had talked about up here was just, you know, building the building up here, we're looking at, probably at least 2 million, you know, if not more, but, again, so I guess I figure out is if we wanna start doing that, do we start changing the budget now, or is it another thing where you go out and do a lease purchase or whatever else and pay it? How that is, I mean, that's
You're always gonna have to have something down, so,
something down,
something down.
Yeah, we have to have some money put away for it.
Yeah,
yeah,
so put it, I think they're saying put it in the budget,
okay.
or put something in the budget.
Yeah, like, yeah, just start.
And I don't know, maybe that's a question for Scott, you know, where he can come up with something or whatever to make, you know, I don't know.
Does the commission feel $250,000 a year as a start to put on a budget for a building?
I think this is a little higher priority, probably want to start a little higher.
Well, that's, I'm just asking,
Yeah.
because that's the last time we did this was about 200 a year. We got up to 500, 600, we spent somewhere
Then we
else.
went.
And so, I'm just
Gotta bring that
asking.
up.
Those windows.
Yeah.
Those windows.
So how do you do the jail? I mean,
That was sales
bond.
tax.
That's just a flat,
Sales
set
tax.
short of zero.
Tina and I went up there again for another one, but we found out it was and or was wrong
Yeah.
in the wording.
Want to do a new one,
Uh,
do a new sales tax.
Well,
We have authority to do it, it's just the board would have to vote to do it, put it on the election, on the ballot. We have authority to do it for certain,
With roads.
for
certain
certain
things.
things, not for buildings, is it for buildings too?
It's for, well, we had it to where it would have covered the transfer station.
Yeah.
So yes, it is for certain buildings, you have to look back,
Yeah.
it's been a minute.
Okay.
I just have to call it a certain building,
That's what I say all the time.
Yeah.
Certain kind of buildings.
certain building, so.
So I don't know,
But, no, I mean, again, it's what we face every year, is trying to keep up with rock until we can, you know, I guess, I still think we're,
We're gonna rebuild a bunch with the crushed concrete though.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I haven't followed up with them, but I did get a quote back from one of those companies in Newton, about building one for the front of our motor graders, the magnets.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't followed up with him yet, but it took him about 3 months before he finally got back with me.
Right.
And then I got basically a standard sheet from the other company, but I haven't compared them or whatever, so. But basically the one said they would build whatever we wanted, so Saline County says we can still. I asked him, I said, can we just keep it and then we'll loan it back to you? And he said, well, no, you know, so.
I still think that is a slip.
Reverse
Yeah,
psychology, yeah.
yeah. So when you want your stuff back, you let us know.
Yeah, there-
We'll bring it back,
If
so.
you start using a lot of that crushed concrete, you're gonna have to have it.
Well, and you know, what we're finding out is for most of the stuff we've put down, we really haven't found a lot. You know, we found.
Somebody
one of them was-
will.
Well, yeah, but it's, one of them was a big old rebar that- and we had no idea where it came from. I mean, it wasn't anything that should have been in the pavement, so.
oh, somebody's truck, huh?
Who knows, but, no, we're gonna use that stuff up, so. Anything else?
Okay, so is there a project coming back up on the state to come on farther for the state? For the highway up on 77, or is that it?
The last I knew that they were originally going to do it a year and a half ago. They didn't get it done. They didn't get it lit this last fall. I think it's a budget thing because that is actually coming out of their maintenance budget. But there is that plan to do that last, was it 3-4 miles, whatever it is, to go into Lincolnville. One of the big issues that was brought up was the intersection of 290th, especially with the quarry, because you just can't flat shut that intersection down without taking care of the quarry, which Scott Burkamp told me that they were going to start producing rock, I think, around any time now out there.
So that's still on schedule?
Yes, I have not heard otherwise.
Okay.
But anyway, so that they need to make some sort of consideration to keep that intersection open, whether it's a 3-legged or a 4-legged intersection with a signal, whatever the case may be, because I said there really is no good viable alternate routes out of there. So, but anyway, they were working on that. That was probably the biggest thing that I was definitely concerned about, was taking care of that. And as far as I know, KDOT is still looking to do the asphalt work at Burns on 77, and was it K4 from Harrington to Council Grove is the only asphalt projects that's going to be let this fall in this area. They did not select K15 north of 56 for this fall, but I'm assuming it will probably fall the following year, which could come into play if with any of our projects up there, whether it be 290th or whatever else, that could help us out immensely as far as costs as well. So obviously any time that we can, try to tie onto one of our projects or work with in coordination, I think it would help us immensely. So
Very good.
anyway.
Anything else?
I haven't heard anything back on the economic development for 290th. We're still waiting on our federal fund exchange, which is a little over $100,000. That should be coming in July.
I did start seeing some information on applying for infrastructure funding.
Okay.
They're having webinars. It was all.
Oh, yeah.
So the process at least is getting closer.
Yeah. And it's there, it's just like some of the stuff that you went through in your administrative. The federal government says we need to sign something that says you know what you're doing and this is how you do it, and it just got to have paperwork to cover all that. Well, that's what they're going through because they're trying to.
So you got your number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
That's the first step.
Yeah. But anyway, it's there's always stuff out there. We just got to keep hitting it. So.
It's just we've been hearing about it for 2 or 3 years. It'd be
Yeah.
nice to.
Well,
Yeah.
everybody passed it. They passed that.
I think we got the dam so infrastructure. We'll go that way.
I'd still like to get enough infrastructure funds to do some other stuff.
Yeah. So.
If we knew that, then that makes the rest of the
Yeah.
road budgeting. If we know.
Yeah, because they are.
But are we gonna get 0 or are we gonna get something substantial?
Yeah, it's too bad that they didn't have infrastructure tied in with ARPA. That way we could have just moved.
Right. And is it all gonna be an application process, or is it gonna be so much allocated per county, or who knows?
You always think it's okay, here's a lot of money, we're gonna throw it up on the wall and see how it falls
Yeah.
off. Because everybody wants their share and.
And I know a portion is allocated to rural counties, but again,
Yeah.
is that still an application nationwide, is it statewide, or is it per county?
I think a lot of it has been that the feds have basically sent it to every state.
In the
Said
state.
this is what you're gonna get, therefore you just
Right.
disperse it the way you feel, whether that's by area, by population, by demand, by need.
Right. I guess that's where I hope too, that our rather aggressive application for grants goes into maybe into their point system that, hey, Marion County has had needs and been proactive in trying to.
But the sad part about it is the rest of the county's doing the same thing.
Sure. Everybody else is applying to.
Everybody's crying, so.
The counter affects us too. Well, they got enough money to put 40% up.
Yes.
They got more money than these others.
Yes.
So that maybe it counters us, I don't know.
And you know, there's always that term that you wanna put out there is like politics of, you know, who's supposed to, you know.
Yeah.
So.
All right, thank you.
Keep working on things, and I'll try to follow up with those issues that we have out, or those things we have out there, so.
Very good.
So, again, if you get anything, give me a call, text, email, stuff, whatever. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Rebecca. Quite a general question. No,
Yes. Well, we got the answer right up there. We allocated it to 3 properties. About 4.
She's coming.
Hi, Rebecca.
Morning.
Morning.
Seems like I was just here.
All right.
Okay, let's start with the budget planning sheet. Equipment to be purchased. This may be the end of this year, it may be next year, it depends on what I can find. My microfilm scanner is old enough that it will not work on the Windows current operating system. So first of all, I have to find a new microfilm scanner, and then a new computer, and they have to be able to work together. I ordered a printer like February, and it's still not here. So ordering supplies is kind of touchy. I'm going to seminar in the middle of June, and I'm hoping there will be some vendors there that I can talk to about the equipment and get some ideas of what I can use. So those are the 2 other things. The other thing that I'm really gonna have to break down and do is replace our office chairs. The hydraulics are gone, and so when you sit, you might stay where you thought you were, or you might crash. You know, Joe and I can handle that, but people get kind of upset when they sit on one of our public computers and they end up on the floor. So that's on the list.
It means your time's up, they got to
Keeps them
go.
away.
That's okay. One of those 15-minute chairs they talk
Yeah.
about at restaurants,
There
right?
you go, 15-minute chair.
My chair at my desk finally fell apart the other day, and the result was not pretty.
Yeah.
So needless to say, I got a new chair.
Right, so that's the big thing. Part of the issue with that is it's really hard to order a comfortable office chair through a catalog. And trying to find the time where Joe and I can both go somewhere out of county to find them has been kind of problematic, so that's,
Go to Wichita Home Depot and set in the Home Depot office.
right.
We have been able to try chairs out before. Like from Office Plus, they brought chairs for us to try.
Okay, I
These are
have
pretty
been able
nice.
to track down anyone who could do that, so that's good to know. Okay, anticipated personnel changes we talked about the other day, and I'm wanting to establish a new administrative assistant position. That's made some changes in the budget. First of all, that's salary. The other thing is sometime during the course of 2023, I anticipate the administrative specialist moving up to the deputy position, and then Joe would become part-time. If you look at the next page, you'll see I do not have a part-time person in the budget for 2023. That will probably need to be added back in 2024. But when the administrative assistant moves up, then what was left of their salary would cover Joe's part-time salary during the time that she might be working. Unique situations, we just talked about that. And then explain requests, just basically the new budget and replacing the computer and the microfilm. So if you look at the budget worksheet, personnel services, that was increased to $1,150, $1,150, $1,115, $286. And then the other three I left the same at $2,000 each. With prices going up on everything, I didn't feel real good about cutting those amounts a whole lot. Ink is really our biggest expense, and that's probably not gonna get any cheaper. And then the Register of Deeds Tax Fund, the 20,000 is just kind of a shot in the dark. We never have any idea how much we'll take in because that's dependent upon how much we record. And then that tech fund amount, that's just a figure so that anything I get into the tech fund, I can spend it. So that's what I got.
Very good. I think, again, you have a good plan for your succession planning in place. Equipment needs, that looks very appropriate. Any other questions from the commission?
And my computer stuff comes out of my tech budget usually, so that's
That's
probably
right.
not gonna be an
You
issue.
know,
for
when
you
your
guys.
chairs are old, when you have a picture of a guy sitting in a leisure suit with you, the chair that you have.
Oh. That does date it.
All right, thank
All right.
you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
I think it would be fun to have a leisure suit day for all you guys.
A zoot suit. A zoot suit.
I actually still have one of those office chairs
Yeah.
from the leisure suit.
I always like that.
Rotary phone parent.
Yeah. I always like that commercial where the office chairs have changed. It shows the guy just trying to sit on this chair, and then he's on the bouncy ball, and then he's. I think it's supposed to stand. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need office chairs if we've got the standing platforms.
I have one at my desk that I can stand or sit. It's really nice because I live here. Yes, yeah, I can raise it up.
That's good.
That's amazing. I see people using them.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to stand up. I can keep on working.
That's what we need for Tina, around the clock. We've got 20 minutes yet. I did see we had could we do
Sure, whatever you want to discuss as well.
okay, Tina distributed a letter from Don Hodson to the commission, a request for an increase in compensation for services rendered by Dr. Hodson and death investigators, the assistant deputy coroners. They currently receive $75 for assistant coroners and $120 for Dr. Hodson. Obviously, death scene, it could be 30 minutes to several hours completing the report of death. Neighboring counties pay their death investigators $150 per call. The request is for, or suggestion is for $150 as a reasonable fee for assistant coroners.
And raise the coroners also.
And raise the coroners slightly higher, or somewhat higher.
What do we pay, what does that come out of, Tina?
I believe it comes out of the general fund.
Just a general fund?
I typically, if I remember right, which I probably need to actually check, because I don't see those every day anymore, but I think they may come out of the county attorney's line items. But I'd have to double check and make sure. So don't hold me to that.
Okay.
But I believe it's the general fund.
Any idea what that dollar figure is for the year?
I can.
I don't know how many deputies do we
So you
have.
just let me know what information you want, and I will get it ready and bring it back at another
that's-
time.
okay.
Okay, so you wanna know?
Yeah, it would be
How
nice to
much?
know if there was a line item under the county
It's
attorney.
not, it's just under a contractual line item,
Okay.
somewhere in the general fund, which I'll have to find. So you wanna know how much per year is the current,
On average.
okay?
Did it change during COVID, or did it go up or down, or, I just, an average number of runs or times we have in the last couple of years would be a pretty good number.
Okay, what else?
And with that, what the suggested 150 from the 75 and the 122.
175.
175.
200.
Could be.
Is that?
Do we have to act on it? Does that?
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking for.
Just
information.
simulations and averages.
Probably should be higher, actually.
Yeah, it's like 185. Spread.
How many assistant coroners do we have?
That's 45.
I'll find out.
So it'd be
It's not
what,
something that we,
195 would be the spread.
Keep track.
that's in our wheelhouse, so.
About
Okay.
200 on that.
150 and 200.
They were probably down last year because everybody died in the hospital instead of
I
at
don't-
home.
I don't- yeah.
I mean, that's the only time they could go is when they're at home for an accident.
Well, it's not a job everybody wants.
No.
Is that right?
And there's some cases it's.
Okay, any other information you want me to track down for you?
I don't know if any Karen Larson has been a deputy coroner or something, but I don't know how many others there are. I don't know that it's usually a doctor on call if he got on the scene or something. Sometimes they send doctors out. I don't.
They are appointed through a process, so I'll have to.
Travis
Learning
probably
moment for the
know.
commission.
Travis probably know who they are.
Yeah, he might. Travis might know.
All right,
So
our
she has
next,
to call them out.
our next agenda item is at 11:30. Is there something else someone wanted to fill in the slot, or can we take a recess till 11:30?
Recess.
All right, we'll recess till 11:30. We will be back then, move into an executive session for Gayla Ratzlaff, department head review.
She's requested.
Need to have my stand.
She requested.
Yes, so I can stand.
Well, it's
We
a
haven't done it
department
yet.
head review, so it needs to be
Yeah.
executive.
We have done a review yet.
Okay.
Emergency responders meeting.
Right, you're back on.
Yeah.
The lady isn't talking.
I never stopped the recording.
Oh, okay.
I had the sound off, but I didn't stop the recording.
All right, we are back from our recess. We're going to have Gayla Ratzlaff here. First, we will do her budget, and then we will move into an executive session for her department head review. While we're waiting for her to bring some notes, maybe get a little summary on the emergency responders meeting that some of the commissioners attended. Someone would like to give some comments?
My comment was that the video and audio was so bad, it was hard to decipher a lot.
Yeah, it was hard.
In fact, mine finally just cut off.
Yeah, mine did too at the very end.
They had too many screens of it. They tried to do too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's kind of the same. The fire department wants better radio coverage.
We,
And the sheriff he presented something, but I didn't quite catch it all.
it sounds like, there was an open, door to have some of the fire department people come see what happens in 911, and that was actually, a couple of them said that they would be interested, so.
That would be a good idea for them to see what actually happens.
So there is some open dialogue that's gonna start.
Good.
And things are getting better and transferring more towards, we gotta get through this, the world is changing every day, you know, so the radios are going to change, they're going to become something different anyway. So that will iron itself out. There is some of that.
At a cost.
Yeah.
Well, those radios,
Yeah.
if I caught any of them, those radios are pretty much obsolete
Yeah,
by
they're going-
2024.
Yeah, they're gonna go to more of a cellular-based radio.
And of course, that active 911 that a lot of the rural guys use anyway, is,
It's amazing.
that's what they, rely on.
Yeah. But again, you gotta have cell service, just like, you gotta have radio service. That's one thing, everybody carries their cell phone. You don't have to carry an extra radio with them. But, all right, Gayla's here.
Take a breath.
Out of breath, take it, catch up.
Right.
So I gave them all this sheet that you gave me before you left.
Okay.
Did you have some, was there other?
The look on
I
her
thought
face.
maybe you
That's your-
had
Well,
something else that you were presenting, or that you needed to get.
No,
Oh, sorry.
I just made copies. It's better that I come prepared last time.
Okay, well, you had already given copies to us before you left on vacation.
Okay, that's good. I can paper my walls with theirs.
Good healthy run.
Got my exercise in.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's not a problem. I don't know where you want me to start. Good morning. I'm sorry.
Good morning. Bert, do you have that summary sheet with the Tina, is the questions of, changes, increase, there's like 5 questions on it?
Yeah, and I don't really have anything.
Okay, well, I just, there's a place to start.
Okay, I guess I do have one thing. I didn't write it out. I think I brought it up last year. You guys were talking about a building, and I don't know, building something. And I guess I would just ask that in your consideration of us, it would be very helpful. It wouldn't be needed every time, but just when we have commodities, that if it's raining or snowing, that we would have a place to do that. And what that would require would be
The drive-through.
a drive-through, or at least, when they used to do it at Council Grove at the Armory, people backed up their vehicles in, and then the commodities were kind of in a U shape, and then they loaded their vehicle. So just even something as simple as that, but you would also need enough headroom in order for the skidder he uses to bring the commodities in.
I think Randy kind of had some of that
Oh,
in his design already.
Yeah, but that's a use that hadn't been thought of right
Sure.
there. I mean, that's just a use that the bigger building will just, if it all works out, we should have a big building big enough to hold the semis usually deliver, right?
Right, and they would, I mean, what he does is, I mean, the semi pulls out about here, and then he unloads with the skidder.
Okay.
And so the semi doesn't have to pull in the building, it's just him unloading.
Would it be warmer in the wintertime for them, for that to happen though?
Pouring down rain.
Or rain, or whatever the case may be.
I mean, the road and bridge has allowed us, to go up there to their open barn or whatever it's
Oh,
called.
to the open barn, okay.
And we've done it there, but it's just, I mean, and telling people they need to go there.
Sure.
And that kind of thing, so.
Then, do you have anything, if, let's say that building was over here in this, beside the jail, do you have anything trucked back over to your building then, or
Yeah.
transported to you?
But he has, in the past, when we've had to do up there, he's just put all of Marion's on the skidder and brought it down.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is whether, when we look for building, whether a skid steer or something, or a forklift or something, whether it would be feasible to have something so we could truck it back and forth from that building over to your building or something, if necessary.
I mean, the skidders worked,
Okay.
so.
Skidders, hand pumps and jack it up, or what? Is that what's
I
a
don't
skidder?
know.
He has a,
I-
he has a forklift on the back of his truck.
Forklift on the truck?
He
No.
takes a,
He has a,
he has a lift gate.
no, he has the fork that comes out and lifts it up, and it's,
Okay.
But
Well,
it's
I
not a
just, I
forklift,
think,
It's like a,
Hand lift.
well, they use it for the drywall trucks. Where they go on the back of the truck, and they can actually lift the unit up on the back of the truck and drop it back down.
but it's
Right.
not a truck that he uses.
No.
It's,
Well, the county has a forklift.
right, we
Yeah, they
use
can-
the road and bridge, they bring their thing down.
They can bring a
Oh.
forklift
I thought it was a
down.
front loader, and they said, no, it's a skidder. And I said, okay, whatever.
Pull
Just
it
need it
back
here.
and it's
Pallet
forklift.
pallet jack.
the little white thing
Pallet
that
jack.
runs,
There you
has, sets it,
Mhm.
yeah, that's a skid steer.
And there's
Okay.
at least 3 forklifts right downtown in the area. It's people let you park too.
Well,
Ah, yeah.
yeah, I mean, road and bridge has just always come down and helped us, so.
Well, that's something we'll take into consideration as
yeah.
we move forward. And that would be key for a building, is that it be a drive-through.
Yeah.
And as part of that, then this would be another use that we hadn't really even considered,
Yeah.
but it'd be an excellent use.
Yeah, I mean, if it was drive-through, that would be great, but we
All the
don't,
weather.
it doesn't have to be that.
Right. Very good. All right, well, let's
Okay.
move into the rest of your budget.
Oh, okay. Kind of what I did is I just took the inflation rate.
Yikes.
The 8.3, I guess is what it is, maybe it's higher by now, I have no idea. And just kind of increased some of the items. Yeah, here it is. And so, like one of them that I did was, okay, like the vehicle insurance repairs and cleaning, that went up from 3,000 to 3,500. The newsletter was 1,800 last year, and I put it at 2,000. I mean, I just don't know. The phone line, last year was 3,500, I went to 3,750. Mileage, that's kind of my mileage. I didn't increase any, because I really haven't been really going anywhere these last year much. The education, I just increased that to 1,500. The computer work, I stayed the same. Evidence-based classes, I stayed the same, and the carryover stayed the same. The main thing I did increase was just the fuel cost, and that's from 1,200 to 2,000, and that's for us using the van, and I mean, that's,
That's
I
just
mean, I don't know, I mean,
Go back
pray
to
that the gas
education.
prices go down, and then it won't be as much, or.
Go back to education, what'd you increase it from?
The education I kept the same,
Oh, you did keep the same,
yeah,
okay. Just trying
Yeah.
to note the ones that you said you increased.
right. And then the other thing is, I just didn't know about office supplies, I mean, everything's going up, so I went up from 1,500 to 1,700. And then the copier and volunteer appreciation stays the same. It went down. The Senior Care Act, that's what we pay for, kind of services in the home, and I think we're still paying, it's Marion Home Health that we're paying, and I'm not sure how many customers they're serving right now, but that went down, because last year it was 1,847, and so it went down to 1,106, so my guess is that we're not serving as many people. And then the administrative match, that's to North Central Flint Hills, that actually went down, no, went up from 4,545 to 4,596, so not too much. And then we have that amount for health insurance. Right now, we're paying for 2 employees. They're both at Hillsborough Senior Center. So right now, you know, if we just keep those 2 employees, the amount would be 22,477. If for some reason, it would be here at, I think, the Marion Senior Center, because they're both 30 hours, I think. If they would, somebody would leave and come on that doesn't have health insurance, then we'd have to include them. So then the amount would be 44,954.
Does that include Peabody's too, down there?
No, because I don't think they're 30 hours down there.
They don't get 30 hours, that's
They
why.
don't get 30 hours, I don't
Okay.
think. So that's, if you have any questions about that.
Any questions?
The only thing that I heard you say is the Senior Care Act here not serving as many people, maybe because of COVID. I mean, would that be a reason why? No.
I don't know, see, you have to meet certain, Senior Care Act is kind of, you're not eligible for home and community-based services through CanCare. Sorry. And so, you're, I'm so
Get some water.
Yeah.
I got got some crud, it's not COVID. And so, but it's kind of the in-between being paid, having to pay privately. And so I think it's just really hard for people to kind of meet those requirements.
That's possible. I just
Like
thought
most
maybe-
government programs.
Yeah, a lot of things like that.
Like, there's just a
Rated,
lot of
rated
people,
poverty level, but still make too much to qualify.
Yeah.
they fall into a kind of that crack and then they just can't. Okay, thank you. I should have thought so myself.
No worries.
Any other questions on the budget? Otherwise, it looks good. I think you, like you said, you adjusted for items that inflation would hit, held others that hopefully inflation won't.
Did $1,200 cover the fuel on that van last year?
It did, except all of a sudden, these last couple of months, the van has gone out like
I would imagine the demand is
3 or 4
That's
times
only-
a week.
That's only 4 fill-ups, $2,000.
Oh, about $100 a day. 117 to be exact, about daily.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of a,
And that's just one truck.
People use the vans
Six
as the
of
cars
them.
now, maybe.
Well, it's just if they can't drive their own vehicle or don't have anybody, so. And a lot of them are in town here or, in Hillsborough. Every once in a while, there's one to Wichita, and some to Newton. So it just varies.
Any other questions? Very good. Well, thank you, Gayla. I think that's
Mhm.
very good budget. If there's no other questions on the budget, we'll move into department head review. I would move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss personnel performance pursuant to KSA 75-4319B, item 1, for personal matters of non-elected personnel performance with the commission and Gayla for 10 minutes from 11:45 to 11:55. Second by Commissioner Gary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried. We'll be back at 11:55.
Do you want me to shut the door?
Yes.
Okay.
This conference will now be recorded.
We are out of executive session, no decisions made. With that, we will recess for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock for budget presentations for the afternoon. See you at 1. We'll be back.
So I want to talk about motorcycles.
Let's give her just a little bit of time here to.
This conference will now be recorded.
There we go.
All right, well, welcome, Joel.
Thank you.
Here for budget presentation.
Yes.
Materials come down the line.
So, keeping things about the same, I've upped the contractual, and on the letter there, I think the main things that we're gonna be looking at our office specifically is, one, we use full case is what our case management system, and upstairs the clerk's office and the court used to have something that they interact with together. Now they switched to this Odyssey. They were supposed to do a patch through this full case that ours would link together and be able to communicate. That has not happened. So I don't know what software it is that we're getting. Karen, our office manager, is like, I don't know. Nobody that we know of they're kind of doing the same thing as we are. You're having to do things multiple times because it used to do it one time and it worked for us and they would send it upstairs, but now you've got to do it multiple times for ours and them. And so we've got to get some sort of case management software so that we're not having to do that and interact, but right now I don't know what that's going to be. We do pay a few thousand a year for our full case, but I think getting something up and operational between the two Odysseys was, I don't know what that budget was or what that was, because they haven't come up with anything for us yet, which is a little frustrating that when they made that change, they didn't think about the county attorney's offices, who do the majority of the filing, how are we going to operate with their system? So that has not been fixed yet, but I put 10,000 in there as a number. I don't know what that number is gonna be, but that was my best guess. The other thing is, and I've attached the Attorney General's opinion to it, dealing with county counselor versus county attorney duties. Sinks, or what's a child in need of care cases, it's a civil, fall under the civil case, it's not a criminal case, so in the statute it lays it out in this Attorney General's opinion, but it's the county attorney or who the county attorney's designee is. The way that the opinion is written, it's not law, but that's their opinion is. What was designated to the county attorney is criminal matters, what's designated to county counselor, civil matters, and if you want me to keep doing it, willing to do it, but not gonna do it for free. I put in my, the questions to that, what I feel like about what we do for my time and staff time. It takes me about 2 days a month to do it. I think that's a conservative estimate. Now that Judge Robson's on the bench, I have about a half day with Judge Robson on the same case, about a half day with Judge Sexton, and then there's prep for that. Like this week, I've got a full day, and it probably won't end up being a full day, but a full day termination hearing of the termination of parental rights. That happens maybe a couple times a year. And then for office staff time to do that, to go through the journal entries and dealing with just the nature of those cases is about 2 days per month. I feel like that's a pretty conservative estimate. And then I just took what that time was. I did the $80 an hour because that's what the bids criminal rate is, Board of Indigent Services. That's where I got that $80 an hour number from. And then I just, since other staff has got to do other duties while the other one's dealing with that, just split it among us equally was my thought anyways. The contractuals, I feel like our contractuals for this year are low as what they've been while I've been here, because I don't do a lot of sending things out to other things, due to a lot of conflicts. I do have conflicts, I mean, they're just gonna happen, but that's where I think that money can really come from. I don't even know if we need the 60,000, the 10,000 extra additional for the contractual, but I feel like that would cover both the sinks, and then if we have to do the case management software as well.
You say that's not part of your job?
Not according to the Attorney General.
I'm just asking why they say that if it's a child in need of care in our county.
Civil versus criminal. So the way that the statute reads, it's this, whenever it talks about the duties, the county attorney shall file the cases, or the county attorney's designee. And the way that the Attorney General reads that is the designee, once it's split into two, and that would fall under the county counselor's duties, since it is a civil nature.
Okay.
So how much time is required out of your office to do those filings?
I feel like I spend about 2 days per month on those, being in court as well as preparation. I do think that that's a low estimate. And then talking Karen Selznick, who does all the journal entries, and she mainly fields the phone calls and deals with St. Francis, who does the contracts from Department of Children and Families, DCF, so she talks to DCF and St. Francis, and just dealing with all of those issues. Sometimes there's not much, and other times you gotta, once something happens, you gotta deal with it.
So do most county counselors have to handle that in the state?
The way that it has been explained to me is that they either contract it out, or they have some sort of agreement with the county counselor, but then the county attorney falls back on them, like Shawnee County. I think it's Shawnee County. That's the way that they do it. And I can come back in, we can talk about it again at a later date. I'm not gonna say that give a reminder, I'm gonna stop doing them or anything like that.
That'd be good if you
Because
did.
they need to be done, and I think we
Yes.
need to deal with it
Yes.
and figure out what we need to do, but I wanna figure budget time is the best time to start that discussion and get that ball rolling.
So are you handling those now?
Yes,
Okay.
and it's historically been, I mean, the county attorney that's done them in every
Right.
office, that I've been to anyways.
Well,
So,
this opinion was just from December, I think, of this past year, so it's fairly
It was,
recent.
the opinion was from 2018.
Okay, 2018.
So it's been out there for a while, before I got here.
Okay.
But I think it's, yeah, I mean.
Getting more traction now.
Yeah.
Right, that's probably a transition we need to look at. The options, I guess three options. First one, paying you to continue, the other one being transferred to our council, or third, outside contract.
Right.
Okay. Well, you've given us the starting point, the information.
And I can track down, try to track down some more numbers from talk to some other counties. That he did the county counselor and county attorney duties, so it was all contractual into both of those, so to try to parse it out was a hard thing for me to do.
Jonah, do you have?
Yeah, the 9.5, if we could allude more on that budget request from the Office of Function Efficiency. It says, current budget request could be absorbed. Not add a lot to our budget. Just more information on what you mean.
Oh, I just really upped it about 10,000, on that contractual. Everything else pretty much stayed the same. That's what I meant by that.
Oh, I thought
I think
that
of being absorbed, I meant that not having a lot of those conflicts, like our contractual budget has not met or exceeded that the last years that I've been here, so I think that's where it could be absorbed, is what I meant by that.
That's including the other 18,000 you're talking about, or just the 10?
Yeah, that other 18,000.
18
and
plus
10.
10.
'Cause right now we're at 14,000 is where we currently are, and we have budgeted for 50,000.
Okay. Thank you.
And then also, I mean, the other thing with our office is the space. We're on top of each other, I think that's everybody's concern, they're coming in here, but I mean, I think, getting the books out of there would be helpful, but I mean, we're on top of each other, so.
So even moving the books out isn't the fix, long-term fix?
Not a long-term fix.
Okay.
You stick somebody back in that hole, they'd be back in the dungeon.
And really, with just everything that we have, would then, instead of being stacked up, would be kind of back there more organized in a better, more effective way.
Right. That's kind of our hope with the space across, once we get, all the dominoes have to line up.
Yeah.
Planning and zoning do that, then we can move all of that paperwork over there, give you a little bit of elbow room. And then, the plan is to use that as a transition space, at least in the short term. But, I don't think we have any long-term plans yet for that space. Would that be an option for you, or do you want to still remain inside the courthouse?
I think that would be a realistic option. I don't want to be far away from the courthouse, because I've got to be here.
You've got to be in proximity.
Yeah, to be here. But yeah, I mean, it would be an option for sure.
Okay, but I think that's just something that then we can look at as we move forward.
Yeah, and I would appreciate keeping us in mind for
Yes.
something like that.
Okay. Another option for the commission to consider. We have a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
Trying to, but at least the first step is to get the storage out.
Yeah.
And that'll give you at least a little bit of breathing. But long term, we've got to do.
Right.
Okay, very good. Other questions, Commission? Has your workload continued to just increase every year?
It's been about, I feel steady. I don't know that it's increased the last, well.
I'm getting a different response.
Maybe since Sheriff Soyas came in.
New sheriff.
It might have been an uptick, but
definitely must not take.
Maybe they won't be.
Consider it up to.
We can get rid of them. Not rid of them, that's not the right word.
Yeah, that's not the right word.
Get them convicted.
That's good. Any other questions, discussion? If not, Joel, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Karen,
Thank you.
We appreciate your
Yeah,
work.
we haven't brought the red pens out yet, so.
Okay.
We put them up, so we'll see what happens when you get it.
This is the
Okay.
starting point.
Yeah, starting point. So, yeah, I'd like to continue that discussion with the Saints.
Yes.
I'll get some more numbers for you guys, help make a decision, so.
Appreciate that.
All right.
We'll be
Thank
moving
you.
forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's just easier to hear if you're sitting here. It was too hard to try to hear on my toes.
Okay.
Travis around since you wanted to exec.
I think Tina's gonna text him. He's usually 20 minutes early.
Well, we've been fighting the problem.
Oh, that's true.
Which problem?
Hoop blowing problem. Got the vent cleaned out and then can't seem to get anything to go down the drain still, so. Not sure what the deal is. There he is. There's the plumber.
They call it professionals then.
Yeah, I heard. I went over there to brass.
I
You weren't
tried,
there.
I tried.
It don't go downhill?
Yeah, it does. Payday's every other Friday and
okay.
go through your fingernails.
Oh, it's at the end of the month.
All right, we are ready to start budget discussion.
Okay, well, I just have a worksheet and then my, somewhere, I have a little blurb here. And I just looked at that on the way in, I really did. And, yeah, there's the worksheet. Okay.
Do you have
Um,
copies for them? That's all right. They
You
need
could-
copies
if
of
you
your
would,
stuff.
and they're welcome, yeah, please. So,
Okay.
I'll read to them this one, but you can make a copy of that, and there's the worksheet right there. Okay. Upon review of current expenses and the projection of continued inflation, I would ask we make some adjustments. I would like to ask commodities and contractual line items be increased by 5% each. The total of that increase would be $9,000. I feel we can offset the decrease in the building maintenance line item. Reduction of $9,000 to the building maintenance line item would still retain $11,000 for unseen repairs. I'm not requesting any change of staffing levels for the 2023 budget. The increase in personnel service line item is the projection I was provided by the clerk's office. I do not foresee any major purchases in 2023 and would reduce capital outlay from $105,000 to $40,000. I would ask we continue to add funding to the vehicle replacement line item. Funding of $60,000 in that line would keep us on pace for future replacement. I would ask other line items to remain the same for 2023 budget. If my calculations are correct, I'm asking for an overall increase of $14,350 or 0.9% as a result of the pay plan implementation. Thank you for your consideration of this 2023 budget.
No big changes in it.
Not that I foresee.
Just a little shifting, increase one, decrease another.
Yep. And
And then pay plan adjustment, so you gotta increase, so we increased the pay
Right.
plan. So-
yeah, just got budget for
Right.
when that happens. So.
How tight are you gonna be? Well, you don't know.
Yeah, well, and that's what I think that, so far, we're holding our own on contractual and commodities. I think, we've kinda tried to do that, you know, and, but everything's going up, as you guys know. It's not mine doesn't reflect a huge amount of money, but it is an increase for sure.
This-
Okay.
Oh, was that mine?
You can,
Or
sure.
was that, I made one for myself. Was
Oh,
that-
okay, no, I'll take it. That's
Okay.
fine.
I just didn't know if I was supposed to give it back to you.
I had an extra because the copier was, or the printer was fighting.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
decided to agree twice, so.
Is reduction of COVID gonna make any difference in your commodities?
I
I don't think so. I think we didn't have a big increase, decrease. I mean, if anything, we had a decrease in call volume at their midpoint probably, but,
Hopefully it stays down.
right. But
Your ambulance, it's got a lease purchase,
that's over.
okay. But you're looking at, like you got 54 ambulance replacement in there, and you're looking to up it to 60,000?
No, and down, if you go down the next line, Randy.
Okay.
That's where we put the ambulance and director vehicle in there. That ambulance replacement up there was simply the lease purchase on the ones that we finished up, the Chevys. So then, and director vehicle and ambulance replacement, there's 210, increase it by 60, there'll be 270 in there.
So basically what he's doing is he's saving, he's not gonna spend that this year, so he wants to carry it over and add to it. It's like saving up, like we have been.
Yeah.
It's just that it's combined in that one line for ambulance and director vehicle, instead of being split out.
Which is fine, so it leaves you versatility.
Which we can split it out on the budget, but it was in the report this way.
The only other challenge I would see, I think one of the challenges for this year's budget is to finish up some tidying up things at the Hillsborough station, getting some finalization. But I will keep a close eye on that and not exceed my budget, so.
Very good.
So is the equipment, is that shown under the personal service? Any equipment that needs to be changed out or purchased new or whatever?
That would be, capital, that's where I have the 40,000 at
You
capital
got
outlay.
that for your capital outlay?
Yep.
Okay.
And we do have some from 2022 budget that I'll be bringing in soon, or I hope to.
For the 2022 budget, it was, capital outlay was put in like at 40,000 for those type of purchases, and then I think we had 60 or 65 in there to finish up either construction or a lease purchase. So that was combined together
Okay.
for that 605,000
Yeah.
there for this year. So it's kind of confusing.
Compared to some, it's pretty simple. I listened to a little bit of Bryce's, and got confused.
Other questions?
I guess, only thing on ambulance vehicles and stuff, if a COVID ambulance comes in this year. So where we want to be for a total number, is 250 gonna buy another one for the following year?
It's over 300, 350.
Well, that's if you go boxing with COVID stuff. I mean, there's.
Yeah, there's some money that could be saved there, Randy, and I think that's, once we get that one in and see where we're at.
Okay.
I really think that would give us more knowledge to make that decision.
Well, I'm just saying though, for 20, you're saying it'll be in 2022 is when we get that one, right? Or is it gonna be
The end
2023?
of, yeah.
End of, or first, yeah.
Yeah.
December or January.
You plan on a new one for 2023 then, replacing one of the
2024?
2024, I guess, that's what, yeah.
Next ambulance.
Yeah, so if we could do that, again, continue to fund that, we can get where we need to be.
2023.
Yeah, yeah, it's just looking ahead down the road to
Yes.
see what, how, we used to do it every other year or so, every 2 years, you invest that.
Maybe things really
A lot less miles.
Order of the year.
Yeah.
Budget for next year. Very good. Good questions. Anything else?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Randy does have his red pen though. for later.
Yeah, I put it away, I haven't brought it out since.
Oh.
But no.
Okay.
The next thing we have for you is going to be an executive administrator for personnel.
Okay.
Commissioner Dalkey requested an executive session, so at this point I've moved to recess an executive session in order to discuss personnel performance pursuant to KSA 75-4319B, Item 1, personnel matters and non-elected personnel performance with the Commission and Travis. Hello,
let's make it for 15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes.
That would get us, still keep us on time, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
We will go for 1:22, 15 to 1:37.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried. We'll be back at 1:37.
Brad's gonna be here.
As far as I know.
I just got an email.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, we're out of executive session. No decisions made.
I'm sorry, could you please announce that again? We were muted.
Okay. We are out of executive session. No decisions made.
Thank you.
Thank you, Travis.
Thanks, Travis.
And then there, nothing agenda-wise for me the rest of the day. Okay. All right, thank
I
you.
think you need that tomorrow off with us.
Yeah, that'd be off or not in here.
You ain't gotta be in here.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Travis. We're ready for Sharon. I think I hear her.
Yeah, I heard.
Look at that.
Good afternoon.
We are ready.
Third person to sit at the new table.
Isn't that nice?
I know.
Don't bump your
That's nice.
knees.
Yeah,
You're up the same height as everybody else now.
yeah, very nice.
Big kids table.
Good kids table.
Great. It's still the hot seat. It'll
Ah.
still always be referred to as the hot seat.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
so,
need to get a warmer, plug in warmer. Just,
You know, we'll
plug
get
the chair in.
Get a seat
Right.
warmer for it now.
hey, that'd be all right with me. Okay, so, my budget presentation, I believe you
It's
all
in the
received a
packet.
packet
Mhm.
with that. Do you want me to go through this line by line, or just talk about the,
If you would go through by line,
okay? Sure.
there's not that many lines.
Okay, so for personnel services, the total, I'm requesting $113,922. For contractual services, $39,325. Commodities, $3,150. Capital outlay, $3,500, and then vehicle replacement, kind of start that nest egg again at $5,000.
Okay.
When did you send that out?
When
You
did
say
I-
you sent that out?
It's in the packet. It's in the packet.
Oh, in today's pack.
Yeah, it's in today's packet, right after the premium pay
Correct at the
stuff.
bottom, isn't it?
Page 89.
Yeah, towards the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second.
Get the right email. She said it's ready last week.
Tina's just burying us in it.
Sorry about that.
It's not in the 140-page framework.
She's enjoying it. I gotta spend all day here every day. You guys get to spend one day in my life.
Yeah. Just
Not
a
even.
Couple hours.
Not even to 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
10 or 11.
Did you find it? If not, I can make
Yes.
a copy.
I found it.
Okay.
Got the list of questions.
Yes.
Right there, yeah.
Yes, and so that's some of the reasoning for the budget. Honestly, my budget request for 2023 looks almost identical number-wise to the 2022 budget, minus the vehicle and that additional staff person will increase one line item, but it balances out within the rest of the budget.
Right.
We need one new desktop computer. Really not a whole lot is changing for the new year.
You have enough office equipment to furnish a new office? Say that.
I believe so, until we get set
Take it
up.
in, yeah.
It's, I mean, there may be a few smaller ticket items, just some office things that, some supplies that we need.
How we coming over there? Have you seen it? I haven't seen it.
The carpet was all taken out when I was there.
Good. Did they get the floor, that's great too.
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't been over in a few days. Trying to stay out of their way.
Other questions on Sharon's budget? How's the job search coming along?
It's going. I've had a few interviews. There's, I've got a potential candidate.
Good.
I know that the pay has been a deterrent for some people, unfortunately.
Any other questions? Well, I appreciate it, Sharon. There are some changes, but looks like most of it's offset. Hopefully with the additional help, we can move forward.
I hope so too.
Need a lot of training. Teaching people what you expect.
It will be, I tried to make some binders of our office procedures and different things like that to help guide someone new, kind of an office manual.
Office 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm. If someone calls about this, ask him this.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will cut some time.
Can you put yourself back there a few years ago and wonder what to ask people?
And there are some things I probably haven't dealt with in a while.
Yeah.
I'll have to have a refresher myself.
Yeah. How long you been here? From when you started?
Going on 6 years.
6? Is that all?
It feels like an eternity.
Thanks, Randy.
Is that all?
Seems like you've been here for a long time.
Well, yeah. I think going through some of the stuff that she's went through, it probably feel like an eternity.
Well, all of Was you on the tail end of the project up north? Wind farm project, or were you?
I was at the front of that.
At the front of it?
She was in the office.
I was gonna say, yeah. You and your predecessor.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We'll just say I didn't have gray hair before I started.
No.
I had gray hair now.
Yeah, but I saw some girls over there at this, that can cause that problem.
True, that's true.
Your girls.
That's true. That's
They're
true.
good kids, but, kids are kids.
Oh, yes.
Let's bring it back to
That's very true.
I got some, so
Yeah.
Sounds like
He's
personal
not wrong.
performance. You gotta go.
let's bring it back.
we're talking about gray hair.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's probably long enough in the hot seat. I think you have your budget well explained and placed, so. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Have a good day.
You too, thanks.
Piled them all too close together.
Tina knows what she's doing.
Oh, well, we got 15 minutes.
Our next one is at 2 o'clock. So why don't we take a 15-minute recess? Be back at 2 o'clock.
I see Brad just emailed something to us.
Yeah, we've got a chance to catch up on email. So we will
Okay.
recess until 2 o'clock. All right. You ready to respond?
I was watching a show where they're running them
You
inside
have
McDonald's and
microphones,
stuff,
don't
so
you?
they don't know how to turn them. Wow.
Okay,
Going through
everything's
the
on
drive-thru.
here.
Yeah.
I would have said you wanted a comedy event, just on a busy holiday,
We're
go out
good.
to the boat dock, watch people.
I'll watch
Time
the
to
jockey.
We're back on, everyone.
All right, we are back, and we have Krista with us with budget presentation for Health Department.
Hi. Well, on the last page of your budgets, I prepared a planned expenditures page. So those are all of our larger expenditures that we're planning under an expanding infrastructure grant, we'd like to get some new waiting room furniture. Right now, we have some really dilapidated, outdated furniture that we can't clean properly because of the tears in the material and what it was made out of. Also a new exam table. Our IT services usually cost quite a bit of money, so we put that under our expanding infrastructure grant. And then also under that same grant, we'll take out a portion for our electronic health record. And then under our WIC funding, some of the larger ticket items that we haven't asked for in the past would be for our Medela infant scale. We now have an IBCLC, and so she's talked to me about the importance of getting the right weights, especially for newborn infants, like NICU infants or high-risk infants. We'd also like to get a rocker glider for our breastfeeding mothers and breastfeeding education, and that would be under the WIC grant as well. And a changing table, which we only have one in the bathroom there, but to get an actual changing station would be nice. Also, we planned that under our WIC funding, and then advertisement for a community baby shower. So at the community baby showers, we would.
For county baby shower?
Or county baby shower. We would have our safe sleep instructor. Erin Hine recently got her licensure for that. And then Charla, our WIC service person, possibly a dietitian. They have lots of free services like pack and plays for the moms, or just kind of talk about what we have to offer. Under capital outlay, I had listed $6,000 for vehicle and computer replacement, just to start planning ahead when the next time rolls around. And
By the time you get this vehicle, the next time.
it may be the next time.
Let's hope this will last a long time.
And under IAP number 4 grant, so advertisement for COVID-19 and lifespan vaccines is something we can charge under that grant. And then under our FEP grant, which is Public Health Emergency Preparedness, the other portion of our electronic health record, the 24/7 call pay, and then fit testing equipment and calibration.
You get the 24/7 now, right?
I do, but we put that underneath the grant for reimbursement.
Great.
What's fit testing?
Fit testing is respiratory fit testing that we have to do in case, so let's say we brought someone in the building or we went to the jail to test a patient, we would want to wear N95s, but they have to be fit tested.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, that's what we got, 2 or 3 of the county.
You and Dave wouldn't pass.
Everyone with facial hair. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, none of us would.
I've been through the Cargill stuff way too much.
Wait a minute now.
You gotta make sure it seals here.
Yeah, gotta make sure it seals. I have to take a fit test. Well, yeah,
Didn't we
since
get a
COVID.
couple of those machines, fit testers?
yeah.
For the EMS, but you still gotta plug the money somewhere to get it in the grant.
So our machine is not necessarily, like our machine was free from the state, but you have to have it calibrated every so often, and that's expensive, the shipping on it. And then the materials too, for the testing. And then under, so it says page 88 from the printout, under the health IAP 3, we have a new grant that we're planning on getting this year. We've applied for it, we don't know if we've been accepted, but it sounds like we will be.
Good.
And it's for $31,500 for this year.
I'm glad you're keeping track of all these grants. That just looks like an amazing juggling job. That's awesome.
She figured it out already that we can't complain too much as long as the grants are coming.
Yeah.
We can't say nothing about it.
That's what makes the budget process a little different when the department provides the funding for it. Well, yeah, very good.
under the expenditures on the grants, what I've deducted from there so anything other than salary was deducted from under the expenses. The salaries I did not deduct because they'll come out from there.
Okay. Question?
Your contractual, you dropped quite a bit, right? 104 to 92. Or no, that's 22. That's this year, buddy. 22. 23's. That's page 89.
So under the contractual, it looks like last year they budgeted 104,000
Yeah.
or 105,000.
Yeah.
500. In 2021, it looked like we actually spent 86,279.
Expanding infrastructure.
So, are you having to pay for COVID medicine, or is that still free from the state?
The vaccines are still free from the state. We do get reimbursement for our administration fees, which the health department didn't start charging for until last
Yeah.
fall. So now we have those.
We left them free until people had ample time to get it done, and it became a burden. Then we imposed the fees.
So still no fees for the patient, but we do charge the insurance if they have an
Yeah.
insurance.
The only reason not to get it.
Right, right.
In that lovely world of COVID, is there anything new coming down? I mean, any new vaccines or boosters or anything that you know of?
Well, they continue to change, second booster, they're still
Yeah.
recommending the second booster. They've kind of changed the time increments. Sounds like there's possibility that for the younger children, so under 5, that they may have vaccines approved
Is that?
sometime this summer.
Haven't heard too much at all.
What's that?
We are seeing some cases again, which is not an accurate depiction, just because of all the home tests that we don't necessarily want reported to us, but I think people don't need to be reported anymore on them.
The ones that I've known of that tested positive lately had all of their shots, all of their boosters, everything. And they're still testing positive. Not that they're that sick.
Yeah. They're not showing any symptoms either, or sniffles.
No, they're showing symptoms, but they weren't sick.
That's what the boosters are supposed to do, keep you out of the hospital.
And that's the message we,
Yeah,
still want to project is the
variants-
vaccine doesn't necessarily
The
prevent
variants that they
giving
have
it,
right
but
now doesn't seem to be putting anybody in the hospital.
prevent hospitalization and death.
May need to have monkeypox, so.
Let's hope not.
There we go.
I did bring, I don't know if Matt, if there's time still.
Sure, we've got plenty of time.
In case you have questions. So from our Safe Kids Day this weekend.
Yes,
We have
yes.
some numbers.
Great.
So we had approximately 175 children attend the event.
Wonderful.
And that's without the parents, that's just the count of the children. We gave out 135 life jackets, 97 bike helmets, 27 smoke detectors, 26 carbon monoxide detectors, and 50 medication disposal bags, and 5 medication lockbox, and 24 medication lock bags. So we kind of did an estimate of how much in supplies that we gave out, so about $7,400 worth of supplies given to families.
Nice.
So
That's a great
it was a great
turnout.
event.
I'm surprised for the weekend.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Where'd you do that?
We did it at the county fairgrounds.
In the commercial building.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. That's right, yeah.
There was
It was another issue there.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, it was handled very well. Everything didn't go as perfect to plan, but it got done.
It counts. Well, it's just amazing to have a huge turnout like that. That's really,
It was great.
really exciting.
We had
Have
good
they
support,
done,
good
have they done this
collaboration.
before?
This was the first time.
Okay.
Really? Well, congratulations, that's.
Thank you.
awesome.
Erin Hine, she was, our Safe Kids coordinator was the one who got the ball rolling for it, and she did the legwork for it, but it was great. We had lots of collaboration from other, offices like K-State Research and Extension, SAPSI, Parents as Teachers, It Takes a Village, EMS, Sheriff's Office, so it was good.
Did you get lots of people outside of Hillsborough, or what could you tell? Anybody?
We did have people outside of Hillsborough. It kind of seemed like that was our main population was Hillsborough residents, but we did get them from outside of Hillsborough.
Do it
We've
very
done
next
some
time.
talking about flip-flopping the location each year.
Of course, you have no supplies now.
So that's our next venture. Erin is checking in with the Safe Kids, the state Safe Kids director to see about getting our supplies replenished.
That's awesome.
Life vests.
Life jackets, and they were the nice life jackets.
Right before Memorial Day weekend.
We brought some leftovers to the county lake, so we dropped off some life jackets there.
Aren't cheap.
No.
You get the really good ones, yes.
And her estimate, she estimated that they were $25 a piece, but when we looked on the internet, you know, it'd be more like, a lot of them were probably $40 a piece.
Very good. Again, another successful program.
Thank you.
Those are awesome. Anything else, Commissioner?
I do have one more thing, I don't know if we can bring it before. I talked to staff in the staff meetings. We only have 3 full-time people there, including myself. And it's kind of really brought to my attention about if it would be a possibility to close over the lunch hour if we don't have a patient on the schedule already during that time. If someone calls and says, I can't make it besides lunchtime, then we've always made accommodations and would continue to. But it's just hard to get everybody out the door when we remain open.
So you'd think you'd like to close at noon,
To lock the doors from 12 to 1.
12 to 1?
Yeah. Sometimes we'll still have people present, and if they are, then they'll answer the phone if they're working. But then that way everyone can have the opportunity for a lunch.
I have no problem with it. Unless, the only thing I'd say is if we start getting complaints, we would see why we got complaints.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, what is the expectation of
Those
the
are
public?
one person by themselves. It's probably not safe, really. I mean,
Yeah, that's the main thing, is you don't want just one there.
you want 2 people at all times.
I'd say try it and see.
Is there any opposition from the commission?
No.
Okay.
Run her department.
Yeah.
Contract.
Yeah, that's well put.
Well, you'll hear from the public if
Right,
there's a
right,
problem.
right.
That's
And then
what
if
I'm
you
saying.
get complaints, then run your
come
department.
Well, thank you.
Commission consensus would be to.
Just publicize what you're doing on your hours and stuff. Go from there.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Krista.
Thank you.
I guess our department heads are doing a real good job with their budget explanations, because we're once again ahead of schedule, which is kind of nice. I would call for a 15-minute recess and resume at 2:30. We'll be back at 2:30.
He's on his way. He was planning to be here for 2:30.
Can you change this contract here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know what the name
All right.
put in there.
Okay, I'm just
Recess.
gonna,
Everything is shut off.
yep, no, it's not. I'm going.
Well, everybody pronounces, once we got that Dave clock up there, they get it right.
Okay, we are back on.
Okay, we are on.
Well, it doesn't have a
Yes.
glitter on it.
Now that we're back, we will go into executive session. I move that we recess in executive session in order to discuss preliminary property acquisition pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Item 6, preliminary discussion of acquisition of real estate with Commissioner Brad for 10 minutes. That'd be from 2:30 to 2:40.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dalkey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried by a vote. We will be back at 2:40.
Just in case there's a birthday.
I got it, and I just gotta, just one second here.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, looks like we've got people online, which is good. We are out of executive session. I do have a motion. I move to approve contract to purchase 1240 commercial for $160,000, subject to inspection and staff review of contract. Is there a second? Second, Commissioner Dalkey. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0.
I'll get a hold of Mr. Harder.
Okay, very good.
You might state that's Marion.
Oh, that would help. That address was in Marion, Kansas.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Becker. I was concentrating on the address. In Marion County, Kansas.
Yep.
Uh,
I'll put an embassy somewhere.
No. There may be more than one commercial drive.
I think there's one in it for you.
We're putting a few out as in different parts of the state.
Let's not push it. I move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss potential litigation pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Item 2, consultation with our attorney-client privilege with the commission, Tina and Brad, for 5 minutes from 2:42 to 2:47.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Gearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carried 5-0. We will be back at 2:47.
He doesn't like.
Okay, we're back on.
Hey.
He doesn't
Draw us back
like
on,
us.
please.
Yes, we're back
30
on.
minutes after he said he came down and watch the chair.
Okay, here we go.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right.
We are, just see him coming to my desk.
I don't.
We're out of executive session. We need another 5 minutes.
No action taken.
Oh, no action taken. Thank you. I move that we recess an executive session in order to discuss potential litigation pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Item 2, consultation with our attorney-client privilege, commission, Brad, Tina, for 5 minutes from.
Why don't you make it 12 by the time we get through
Okay,
talking about this?
let's go. It's true. It will take 12 minutes. 2:48 to 3 o'clock. Is there seconds? Commissioner Dalkey with a smile. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. I shouldn't have said that.
Okay, so we'll be back at 3.
Be back at 3 o'clock. You never should smile.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, we are out of executive session. I do have a motion. I would move to direct the county counselor. As I get choked up. Just dragging it out. Move to direct the county counselor to draft a policy concerning collection from vendors that owe delinquent county taxes pursuant to KSA 79-2010 through 79-2013.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried 5-0. All right, we are ready.
Sorry, who had the second on that?
Becker. Commissioner Becker.
Thank you very much.
Beat Jonah by
It's quite a competition.
2 tenths.
So John made a motion.
Welcome.
Brought my entourage with me, guys.
Good deal. All right.
Get all the questions answered.
Well, that way they can explain their part of it.
Are those open or closed?
Leave it open.
Open.
Yep, thank you.
Yep, you would please.
You the Vanna White.
I'm the Vanna White today, just ignore that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right, what you have in front of you is the budget for the sheriff's office itself.
Okay.
You guys wanna look through that for me real quick? If there's any questions on there, please ask me. Be more than happy to answer whatever you have.
Are you buying one or two drones?
So, I'd like to buy two. I put one as a line item for next year, in 2023. I was gonna look at our budget at the end of 2022 to see maybe if I could buy one towards the end of the year. But eventually, I would like to have two in my arsenal of stuff I need.
Well, that's something that'd be a really good tool to have.
Yeah, absolutely would be.
What about the one with EMS?
Do what?
EMS has one.
Emergency management.
Emergency management has one. So I was a drone pilot for my last job I was at, and that's a MAV-1. They don't even work on them anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
They're antiquated. The MAV-3 is the new one.
Okay.
It has more of the state-of-the-art stuff that we need.
Good.
Thermal imaging, super zoom. We can speak over the top of it. We can make announcements. We can record. We can video. We can take still pictures with it.
Okay, when was the MAVs ones produced, or last produced?
Now that I don't know.
You don't want to know, Andy.
Well, we bought one not too long ago, that's my question.
Yeah, well.
That's why I'm saying, is it outdated already? I mean, that's, I'm just asking, or else did we get it back?
I have it. I got it back.
You got one.
I got one, but there was one that was.
Supposedly one gone, yeah, and.
I haven't seen that one. The one I got back was a MAV-1 that was from the EM director.
I know it wasn't too long ago, year and a half ago.
I think that wasn't that bought on some grant money or something?
Yeah, it could be.
I think it was.
Is the cost of that, the 5,000 that you have on the search and rescue line here?
Yes, that's what I'm going with.
And what'd you do to your fuel cost? I mean, I don't, where's your, it's in here somewhere probably.
The fuel, we went up on the fuel, 15,000 for the year. And that's, I don't know where I'm gonna be at on fuel at the end of the year, to be honest with you. I think we're gonna be a little bit over, but that was something that's out of my control.
Yeah, and I just know what it's like to be sitting here in the budget X amount years ago when the first fuel crisis hit. We was way under budget by the end of the year, over budget, but we under budgeted for that year. We didn't expect that kind of cost, and it just happens.
So what I did on some of the line items, if you go through line by line, you'll notice that I've cut some of our costs to help make up for the 15,000 that I'm asking for on the fuel side of things.
You get 60,000 for fuel. Yeah. Just for the sheriff.
Yes.
That's all you.
Yeah, that's all. That's for our whole office.
And you've asked for 2 patrol trucks for next year?
There'll be SUVs or trucks, whatever's available for us. And I'm gonna try to shop for those in-house within the county. I've already talked to Midway and I've already talked to Hillsborough Ford about setting up meetings with them to maybe spec it out and see what they're gonna be looking like.
How many vehicles do we have that's sitting around and not being used?
Here we go.
Well,
you guys will be happy
inventory
about
sheet
this.
right there.
You got an inventory sheet back here with your stuff on it. It shows kind of what I'm looking at replacing this year and next year. And you'll notice in the yellow on the bottom, those are the vehicles that are being sold right now. They're actually on Purple Wave. One of them's at a bid at $3,700, a couple of them are at $1,500, and so they're going down the road. The 2 spares that we have, actually the 15 Ford Taurus with 101,000 miles on it, right above the yellow, That actually is not a spare vehicle, that is for the vacant position that we have not been able to fill so far. The 08 Dodge Durango is our spare vehicle, just in case we need something, and something goes down for a while.
Which one's your lake vehicle?
Right now, we're running the, says out here over the side, the 20 Durango, Dodge Durango is the lake vehicle. I left that out there because, honestly, I don't need a
Oh, there it is, lake
vehicle.
patrol, okay.
So, I can run mine for a while.
Get you a Ford Raptor.
We'll talk.
That way you can go across the open range
Yeah.
after somebody.
There you go.
You say you already have these listed for
Yeah,
sale?
they're already listed on Purple Wave right now. There's actually another one back there, it's a black and white vehicle that's also on Purple Wave, but that's an asset forfeiture on a drug seizure that'll be going back to our department for our drug fund.
You got some good help to get you this prepared, right?
I'm gonna be honest with you, you probably ought to thank that lady right there, because it would look like a chicken scratch if I had it. I have no problem giving credit where credit's due in my office.
We're at on this jail medical. We have no way of going back against that.
I can't say that we have no way, but it's pretty uphill.
Well, I mean, I just see people nowadays using emergencies for the doctor. I can see them using the jail for the doctor.
Well, we also get into a bind with the judges and myself, where if we get the phone call from the jail, this person's really sick, let's just OR them and drop them off on the corner. That no longer is permitted either. We can be held liable for that as well. So we're in a bind.
Yes.
It just doesn't seem fair
I
to
know.
the taxpayer that we have no way of.
We can try. I mean, I can outline how that works, but boy, it has not
Yeah,
been
I
terribly successful.
understand. I mean, we see the same thing with ambulance. Just
aggravating it.
Yes.
It's really aggravating over there. When you know somebody needs to stay in, but they got a medical issue, it's costing the taxpayer so much money a month. And I personally don't feel that medical is an excuse not to go to jail if you committed a crime against another victim, but we have to keep that in mind at the same time.
And we have people who know how to use that better than anything I've ever seen.
They're called professionals, that's
Yeah.
what they're good at it.
Nobody has health, I mean, there's not a health insurance company that you can buy people in jail. I mean,
No.
Inmate help.
There's companies you can contract with, but that's only just like your nurse visit, doctor. Anything that requires an emergency room or, intensive care or medication, there's nobody that'll cover that.
I didn't figure
And as soon as they
it
walk in the door, if they're on any kind of like canned care or medical,
goes
it
away.
drops that day. So,
Even though they paid the premium for the whole month.
Yeah.
yep,
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter.
So your budgets went up, what you're proposing, just a little over $1 million. For a mill's worth about 138, 140,000. You're going from 2.
We actually went down in our
We
budget.
went down.
If you look at.
Yeah, the personnel into it.
Our personnel, we actually went down
Just on
34,000.
sheriff office budget here.
That doesn't include the personnel. The personnel, we went down.
Okay, that don't include.
Right, personnel's on the back page. This sheet right here.
Oh, there that page.
I hit the
That's a small print, Chief.
Hmm?
That's a small print.
Hey, I brought my glasses if you need an extra pair.
But, and I guess that brings up the question, your personnel, you dropped from previous budget?
Yes, we did. So the explanation for that is there was a bunch of part-timers on our list that we weren't using anymore that were budgeted in there. And I didn't fill it. I like working with real numbers. I can blow it up however you want me to blow it up, but the real numbers are the real numbers.
Okay.
We weren't using them, but when they were being budgeted for, I didn't feel that was fair. I left a couple of them vacant so we can have them if we need them. I left the guys that are on there, that we use on there, so they're on our part-time status part. And the other thing that I found in the budget too, Sarah and I was looking at, was our lake patrol contract was just for the reservoir, is a federal contract.
Right.
And two of the largest users out of our part-time budget come out of that contract, so they shouldn't come out of our money at all.
That's right.
So I pulled them out, put them in a different place, and that's why we were able to lower that down.
And it used to be a long time ago that the Lake Patrol was budgeted differently than it is now. And I think it just was never
I think
anything that
so,
was
yeah.
changed over time, because we changed that to its separate fund, maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, maybe. So,
I think there was 4 or 5 extra part-timers on there that, when we called over here to talk to Tina's people, and they said, this guy has worked for 2 or 3 years, 0 hours. Well, I'm not gonna budget 50 hours for a
Right.
guy that we're not using.
Right. Very good.
So did you give us the apple pie first?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I'm not getting no ice cream.
Who wants to go next? Do you wanna go next? Linda, you
You
wanna
just
go?
want to save me for
Yeah,
bad news
you
for
might
mine.
want him for last. Ours
Well,
is good.
I knew he was over there just thinking about us, and so that's why I asked that.
He's the one that drank the most water and gulped the most before he came over. This is our communications 911 from Linda. She prepared this for every one of you. Thank you. Mine, right?
Yeah, we start out first, there's two packets, paperclip.
Yep. So you've got the 2023 budget for 911, and then you got the 2023 budget for communications budget, 2 separate budgets.
but see where the highlight is, this one is communications.
Ah, gotcha.
And then the next
Gotcha. I
packet has got
appreciate it.
highlighted
Thank
on the
you.
911.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's highlighted for me. All I gotta do is look.
My fault.
I gotta look.
Communications up about $3,000.
On the internet, are we talking the AT&T
Say again, I'm so sorry.
internet? You got 5. Do we have AT&T?
For internet, we have Vive, and then we have AT&T Uverse as a backup.
Okay.
And we-
But not the high speed from AT&T.
It's the Uverse, we have that.
Yeah,
It's
that's what goes to your home, Uverse, isn't it?
pretty much, it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's not.
Yes, yes.
Not good.
No, yeah, it's the same thing, yeah.
And if what you're paying for 5, we get a fiber optic AT&T.
Well, I think we've talked about that, Tina wants to.
Yeah, I mean, we're on fiber with Live, through
Fine.
Eagle, right?
But we're on
But not-
fiber with AT&T. It's never been down. It's about the same price.
You gotta have it redundant.
We still needed
Yeah.
redundant, so
That's
we
exactly.
haven't gone to the AT&T fiber for redundancy because when we're on backup, we don't necessarily need the same speed,
Does Vibe
and
go-
it would be a
does
lot more
Vibe go down?
expensive.
Right. Does Vibe go down? Yeah, it goes down
Like it-
occasionally, yeah.
Like it does at my house, or?
Yeah, occasionally it does, yes.
We didn't get that right.
Yeah.
You don't get nothing out there.
But that doesn't affect our phone system, and it really doesn't. The only thing it'll affect is our communications with KCGIS, when we run traffic stops and things like that. But as far as phones, it doesn't affect that.
We did look at, just so you know, the county did look at the fiber with AT&T, and the cost, it was more cost effective at that time to go with Vive for fiber, at the time it was looked at.
Yeah, they cut their prices in half the last couple of years.
Not saying we should never look at it again,
Yeah,
just saying that we
sometimes.
did look at it. So.
It's just been reliable for us.
Sure.
Other questions?
What was the increase on the 911 fund contractual?
What?
12,000 increase from 22.
It actually, the phone actually is going down. We have, what's it called? Lose my train of thought.
Probably some sort of software.
No,
Usually what it is, software always increases.
it's our COT sign. We're actually being charged between $800 and $1,000 a month for COTS because it went out of contract. And so I just recontracted with them, and it's gone down from that to $100. So our known budget is actually decreasing a little bit because of that saving.
Just decrease. I don't know, it's up 12,000 on that line item.
Right. Yeah, 22 budget was 70,850, you've got that to 82,950.
Right, and there's certain other maintenance contracts that are going up just because maintenance, it tends to go up. So we have our,
Good.
It's actually kind of been up and down for the last several years. If you go back and look through it, we actually were at 77,000 in 2019. The actual in 2020 was actually 113,000.
Yeah, it's jumped around.
It's jumped around a bunch
Yeah.
where our actual uses are. So
I understand
Some of that
maintenance
was-
contracts.
Wasn't it some of that from your upgrade?
it was from the upgrade and the maintenance contracts that are going up. Thank you, our CAD, our system and our CAD maintenance has gone up a few $1,000s. The AT&T, that stayed the same as the 911, is $36,600 a year, and that's for our 911 phone system. That's staying the same. I don't think that's gonna be going up, the next year. Our logger maintenance has gone up. That's our voice recordings. Our CAD has gone up. That's our computer aided dispatch. That's how we keep track of all the calls that come in, keep track of officers and things like that. That's definitely gone up. I think those are the two main things that have increased the budget.
We ever try to contract those under a multiple year, so we don't get a big jump every year? Maybe no one will do it, but some of the old maintenance contracts, we used to do them, you know, they do a 2 or 3 year.
No, it's just, you can only do it for the year with our CAD. The other maintenance contract, we haven't been able to do a combined yearly contract. It hasn't just been something that we've been able to attain, so.
I know
Kind of where we're at.
sometimes they'll do more than 1 year if you tell them we're thinking about moving our business.
And we can surely
CAD.
ask them if there's something we can.
I mean, it's, in the environment that we're living in nowadays, if you can get anything more than 1 year, it's kind of a big deal. So.
Well, with the CAD, that I don't see that as being
Yeah,
an option. I just talked to them the other
I
day.
think it's worth asking anyway.
Yeah, and I actually talked to them the other day, Smart Cop, and about our contract, because we do pay so much for it, and I just feel like the service isn't exactly where I would like it, and so we have that communication open right now. And so that's my next question to them, is what we can do, because we pay so much. And I have mentioned, you know, we might look at other CAD vendors, just, you know, that might be less expensive, kind of threw that part in there to see. And so that kind of opened the line of communications with them. So I'll have a follow-up with Smart Cop regarding that.
Other questions?
I think what's throwing Kent off a little bit is the numbers as far as the 2022 budget and the 2023 change aren't actually lining up with the contractual page numbers.
Still higher.
June, are you talking about
Not by
82,000?
much, it's only up by 300 if you're looking at, or 400 if you're looking at this contractual page.
Right, and I did
But over
increase it a little
here-
bit because I don't know if things could change this next year.
Right.
So
but
I did
this-
increase
this
it
here
that
is
small
showing it
amount
up.
because of that. Say again?
Well, this here is showing it up 12,000. This here is showing, back here is only showing it up by about 400.
So there's a discrepancy in the
Yeah.
pages, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Which page?
So your contractual page,
Okay.
and then your budget worksheet.
So what was actually in the budget, the approved budget for 2022, according to our system, was 70,850
Okay.
contractual.
So maybe that was an error that I need to relook at.
That
Yeah.
page that is-
Oh, that page, okay.
That's what they're looking at.
So, yeah, if it would've went off of these numbers, it wouldn't have red flagged right now.
Those might have been off for a while.
Oh, well, and I think I have,
And then there's a,
May, some not a May that might be in here as well.
On
If that would,
yeah, but the actual, the budget amount and the actual amount are different. That 2022 budget was what was from the approved budget.
okay.
At some point, the commissioners may have approved a budget that was different than what you
What
requested.
I had received, okay.
What you had asked
All right.
And then
for, sometime in the past.
Gotcha.
equipment, maintenance contracts on the 2022 budget line, not budget estimate. It's showing 6,000 instead of 66, so it should fall into that realm somewhere year after year. So, there's just some numbers that are off, and it'll mess up the math down the way.
Well, so I figured the 2022 budget estimate out for the year, obviously that's what that is. In the 2022 budget, there's increases. And there's some contractual items.
Yeah, well, it's, the budget item, line item looks like it's missing a 6.
In the 2022 budget?
Yes.
I see it, I got you.
This is like a $60,000 difference.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely,
Yeah, 90%.
well, it totaled up right at the bottom.
It's just a 6.
It's just a 6.
So that's where it throws us off.
No, I got you, okay. Well, that's
60,000.
odd how it totaled up at the bottom.
Yeah.
But what Tina said, Linda, is something too, is we get going through here and cut, when we get down to the final numbers, sometimes some department heads don't check back, you know, they turn this in, well, they expect to get it, sometimes you don't get that
Gotcha.
And that's what I'm
Right.
saying, make sure you check back after the final's done.
Gotcha,
To
okay.
make sure to match up to what you.
Sure, we always send out the approved budget, but I'm not sure it always gets updated by everybody on all their
Yeah.
paperwork after the.
Yeah, and I don't remember seeing that, so that's
Yeah.
exactly what happened, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Because Jeff's a nice guy, but sometimes we
Yeah.
keep him under control.
That might be pretty tough.
Here's, I was gonna say, you're doing good so far.
Here's the
Nah,
here's
the
the
red
ugly
pin
part of
there.
it. Yeah.
Red pin.
There's two different sets of sheets. The second sheet is, I've had a sergeant's position before in the jail, but for some reason we couldn't find a job description for it, so we've created one. And we'll kind of talk about that a little bit more. That was the second one. So as usual, the top sheet kind of explains where the problem's gonna start with. In 2021, we ended up over quite a bit on the medical. This year already, medical's not looking too bad, but I have totally crushed prescription. I'm at $45,000 already for prescriptions, 45,000. Had an inmate that required a medication that was almost $8,500 a month. So it was a $50,000 deal because it was a 6-month program. 10,000 of it come out last year already, but it's a heck of a lot cheaper than a lawsuit for not giving the medication. So
Do you send them home with drugs when they leave?
it depends. Most of the prescription we're getting are $3, $5 prescriptions. If they've got 3 or 4 days left on something,
Okay.
I'll set it out the door with them. You know, just that way I don't
You
have.
don't do 2 months anything?
No.
So
A
you're
lot, most
saying-
of our, like I said, 95% of our prescriptions are probably $5 or less.
And yet we're 45,000?
Well, the inmate he's talking about is the one that we couldn't go, okay, he needs an OO barn. He just got sentenced the other day. He's going to KDOC for he was here with the KBI on the homicide case. We couldn't do anything about it.
Right.
And
It's-
unfortunately, where the crime's committed, it's that county's responsibility to cover the cost. KBI ain't paying it.
Right.
Sumner County ain't
So,
paying it.
you know, this year, you know, like I said, medical and prescriptions kind of been where we've been hammered. We've got a lot of mental health too that we're trying to give services for. You know, that's $150 for them to sit in front of a computer to talk to somebody via Zoom, you know, for 45 minutes. You know, but, you know, that's just part of what we're dealing with now. Fuel, of course, everybody knows fuel and food prices are going up. Our daily inmate has went up in the last 3 months. So, you know, that's increased, plus, you know, the food costs increased, so that's gonna be an area where I'm gonna get pretty tight with. I'm working with my vendors to try to keep our costs down as much as I can. Most of them are pretty good at working with me. You know, we're finding a cheaper alternative.
Do you have a per day cost for an inmate? I mean, if they don't need medical? do you have-
Generally, food, we're sitting, I usually keep it around 6 to 6.5 a day per inmate on food for that, and that's 3 meals.
I'm just talking about
I haven't never figured out
We
what
haven't-
per day, you know, figuring everybody's wages
I
and all that
was just
stuff
wondering
down.
how fast that was moving up.
I haven't looked at that.
Don't mean to interrupt you, Jimmy, but I just was on the email conference with some sheriffs throughout the state on this exact situation. The average cost is, most people are charging $45 a day for an inmate for the average cost of everything. Douglas County has actually figured out the wages of everybody that's involved in housing that inmate clear to, from what it costs to give benefits to employees and everything, and they're at $227 a day per inmate, is what they actually figured it at. Now, is Marion County gonna be able to charge the city of Marion $227 a day? Not gonna happen. We've discussed a little bit about maybe there's an opportunity for us to go up on the price of some inmates, but not by a large amount, you know, we're talking maybe $45, $50 a day. So
Right now, we charge municipalities it's $45 the first day. That's your booking fee, that's your first day. And it's $25 a day after that we charge municipalities. That was actually.
County municipalities.
Yeah, county municipalities, that's just Marion County municipalities. You know, we, out of county, 45, 50 for anybody and which we don't do a lot, but I work with other counties, jail administrators, if they've got somebody, hey, I've got these two guys, I can't keep them separate, I gotta keep them separated, can you hold one up for me? Yeah, and they do the same for me. So, you know, that's one of the things we do. There's times that other counties call and say, hey, I'm in a bind, you know, I need a place to go with somebody for a couple of days, okay. You know, but with the numbers we've been running, I try not to do a lot of that just because, you know, we've got nights that, a couple weekends ago, they brought 6 in one night. You know, and if you've got a lot of out-of-county people in there, you're closing up your beds pretty quick because you got to try to keep people separated that are involved in the same case. You know, or I've only got 4 pod areas, you know, and one of them's a female pod. If I get 6 guys, it's hard to keep those 6 guys separated from each other. So. So you can see that on the projected for 2022, there's 2 areas that I've kind of graded a little bit that I projected to be over. I mean, the prescriptions, yeah, we've crushed that. You know, when you have a $2,500 budget and you're at $47,000, I've kind of crushed that, or $45,000 already for the year. But the medical right now, you know, I've got a $40,000 budget. I'm only sitting about projecting $10,000. But you never know what's going to happen. You know, somebody's got to go to an ICU for 3 days, can chew up that pretty fast. We do have a company we contract with. It's called Direct Benefit Solutions. All the billing from the hospital goes through them. They knock everything down to Medicaid, Medicare rate. So that saves us thousands and thousands and thousands. And it costs me $20 per bill that they get. So they're saving us thousands of dollars a year. So I figured out a couple of years ago, we had a couple of ICU visits, and I think it saved us almost $250,000 we would have to pay if they had to move on. So, you know, a $50,000 bill was $250,000. You know, so when you get to the worksheet, the budget worksheet. And then if you look behind that, there's the wages sheet. I talked to them about adding the sergeant's position, but I'm not adding a person. I'm just adding a position. So where it shows there's a, you know, all these people plus the lead jail, that's actually not there. You know, because one of these people is who I'm looking to promote into the sergeant's position. So, so with what I figured, the 269.09 that's on the budget worksheet, I'm looking at 277, 324. That's just that increase in the wage for the lead jailer. So. And after that's kind of the expenses through April. Just kind of shows you where we're kind of at for this year already. The next couple of pages is my average daily pop for this year up through the 27th of May. And then the next one is my average daily pop for all of 2021. You know, right now we're a couple people over, but if you go through the highest counts on those, you can see in 2021, I had a couple of months where I was at 20, I had 20 at 1 month, 21, 19. You look at the last 2 months, there's been a couple of days I've been at 24. So, yeah, that's a lot of mouths to feed.
So, when we call Prairie View, they're charging us $150 a month?
No.
Say, what are we paying for?
What we are paying for, I've never figured out what the deal that you guys, the lump sum you guys give Prairie View. And I know Jeff and Larry went over and had conversations with them. But when I call Prairie View that I've got an inmate that says, hey, this inmate's not right, you know, we need to get some services. When they get on a computer with them, it costs me, I think it's $175 if they do like it's $135 for a med visit, and it's $175 for an actual sit with a counselor. That's for now.
So those are for actual medical services or mental health services for an individual. What the county pays is an overall allocation to the organization, not for specific services.
What is our allocation going
to their overall budget.
I've never have figured out what services
I think we need to be talking to them about administration now.
And I would agree.
You remember, you went up 30-some thousand last
Yeah.
year but you was blaming that, you put that blame on COVID because of the stress of our normal public.
Right.
And so that's where our money usually goes to, is the normal public, instead of not coming. These people are normal, it comes out of the jail. Just saying, they,
Right.
So.
I think we need to have a very good discussion with them before we.
What was your bill for, I wasn't really zoned in there, what was your bill per year for that?
Keep them out there.
I haven't figured out what it costs per, like, I didn't break that down, just got on page.
I don't know how many times you need to get.
Yeah, it steadily increases. I got it to the point where they were wanting to do monthly med checks. I'm like, hey, okay, I'm paying you $135 for you for 10, 15 minutes to talk to this person. We need to either go every other month or every third month with this. And so they are working with me on that, because there was times that, you know, I had this inmate, he's on this bed, and Prairie View's prescribing it. Well, I'm paying $135 a month just for them to sit down and go, yeah, I'm doing good on it, or no, I need to change it. You know, if the inmate starts taking it, in the third week they're telling me, hey, something's different, you know, I got this side effect or something like that, and we need to make a change, then I'll call them and say, hey, we need to do this. But if it's working, then why do we need to be calling every month? Why can't we spread this out a little bit? And they're working with me better on that. I'm guessing on an average, I'm probably, rough estimate, 5,000 to 6,000 a year. Just a rough estimate.
I'm gonna back you up to go back to this lead position here, lead corrections officer, or
Yes.
however you got it. Sergeant's position. So explain that again. You're taking the sergeant's pay and not putting the sergeant out there?
Well, okay, so this, right now I don't have a line item for 2022 for that.
Okay.
So basically I want to promote Tammy. I want to promote Tammy to the lead jailer. So her wage would actually move up to that lead jailer's wage, and then her regular wage that the rest of the jailers are making, that would go away.
We're gonna eliminate a jail position.
I'm not eliminating any positions. I want to promote somebody.
He's not adding a new position, he's just promoting a current staff
We're
person.
promoting within.
Right.
But it's a new
So
job
the way that it was
title.
figured on.
It's just a job. It's a different job title.
Right, so the way it was was figured on the wage sheet, we had added another person and he's
Right.
taken that back out. So
Right.
we can do a new sheet to send to,
So when we
the
called
budget
over
guy.
for it, there was not a position created.
Right.
So Cherry asked us, you know, they said, hey, you're gonna have to do a job description and put it out there. So Jenny spent the time, typed up the job description to get it put in there. But we have to leave Tammy on that line because she is an employee. But as soon as, if she promotes up, then that line item leaves, and then that overall number goes down. The only issue, and I'll be honest with you, that I had with that is his lead jailer, for some reason, should be making the same money that the lead dispatcher's making. And it's discrepancy there. That number should be about, how many cents higher?
Well, I was looking at it. Because they've got it listed here at 613, and the lead dispatch is at 648.
It could be because of where the person was in, what step they were in when we moved
Right.
into the new pay plan.
Yeah, the only
That's
thing
the
that,
likely reason.
and another thing I was looking at is, you know, here's an employee who's been here 10 years. She's making the same thing as an employee that's been here for 4 months. You know?
We have that in a lot of departments right now because the board just moved to the new pay plan,
Right.
unfortunately.
So, you know, and I know this, the lead dispatcher, you know, that she had some raises for longevity and stuff like that. That's all went away, you know, and with the new pay plan, which I can understand, you know, but, you know, just trying to keep everybody across the board where we can be but Tammy's taken on a lot of responsibility in the last couple of years, and I feel she needs to be, you know, compensated for it.
So you're saying the 911 dispatch lead should be the same as the corrections officer lead?
Yes.
If you look at all the breakdown of where all the pay plan went, you know, dispatchers, a regular dispatcher and the jailer are sitting at the same money. You know, Linda and I, as the administrators, are sitting at the same money. So that's why I was looking at the leads ought to be sitting at the same money.
And they're in the same pay grade. They're in the G
Right, yes.
category.
Yes.
It's just a matter on what step they're in.
Thanks, Phil. He's got a family funeral to do.
So,
It's a matter of moving your lead up in the steps, right?
Yeah, we just need to verify that we're not doing anything we're not doing for other departments.
and that was just a question I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, and we can definitely check on it.
But anyhow, so, like I said, there was a job description, so we created that job description there for you. And, you know, then I think basically I was told that, you know, you guys need to approve that, you know, that description. So that's why I wanted to go ahead and present that to you.
Very good.
Budget time, probably the best time to do it, so.
We'll get it done.
Any other questions for me? I'm a stepchild.
We even made him walk in the door last.
Yeah, I did. They make me hold the doors open for
So many things are out of your control.
I got a curtsy and all that stuff, you know, they walk by, so.
Life's rough. That's rough.
You guys got any questions overall about the budget, what we're doing? Any major
I mean,
concerns?
overall, down a little
About
bit,
the meeting the other night.
down and then up, and then up.
And my, like I said, most of my
Over the whole.
ups that I budgeted for this coming year is my prescriptions I bumped up a little bit, and then my transports just because of fuel costs and food costs, just because of the numbers we're adding, plus the cost of food. You know, just trying to kind of figure it out. A lot of times I've come in under, especially on my grocery bill, I come in under. You know, there's some of the things I usually come in under, but, you know, I just don't know where it's gonna go.
Are we able to buy any food wholesale?
My problem is storage for when I do wholesale. I mean, what we buy is bulk, but, you know, I generally talk to my vendors and say, okay, what's my deals? You know, where are my deals at? And, you know, try to go over there. But it's a pretty plain diet. I mean, the ones that end up spending much time over there, they're like, oh, you feed us the same thing over and over. I said,
Sorry,
your choice is to get out of jail. Otherwise,
And his line items will go up on that, because we're arresting, I mean, bottom line is we're arresting more. Sure. More people
well,
are in jail.
and we're getting back to the number, more of the numbers we were pre-COVID.
And that's what we were talking about.
So, you know,
Okay.
Commissioner Paul.
Yes,
Jimmy, Ken asked you a question about bulk. What if there was more storage?
there'd be possibility I could buy more stuff, you know.
Would you get that much better rate, what I'm asking?
I don't know as if it would make that much difference.
Okay.
You know, there's just times where they've got a pretty good sale on something, and it's like, God, I wish I could buy 3 or 4 cases, but you know, I've only got the room to buy 1 case, or maybe 2. But you know,
Well,
squeeze in.
We're in the planning stages of a building, and that's why we're finding out other departments has already brought some things up about storage and doing things in the building that has not been planned, and I can tell you the food storage has not been planned for anything like in a building too, outside of your building.
Right, right.
So it brings up a possibility, so.
Okay.
That, this
Does
stuff is
the government
lasting.
offer any of their surplus MREs?
I've not seen on any of the surplus stuff.
Now to say bologna and cheese is pretty cheap, ain't it? You know, that, and then you get.
Bologna's not cheap.
Bologna's not cheap anymore. My bologna, ham, and turkey sandwiches I feed, you know, we buy the, you know, make a sandwich, and I think turkeys went up probably 30%, hams went up 20-30%, bologna's went up 10%, 20%.
You gotta buy that Bar S, man.
Yeah.
That Bar S, that's full of salted, you
Yeah.
know, that good
Yeah.
stuff.
All right, any other budget questions?
Then,
I think he's wanting to get on to the next one. Yeah, we talked enough about food.
gotta get the hot meal in there with the ramen.
Yeah, Commissioner Crowfoot had a question about the meeting the other
Yeah,
night.
the meeting the other night, you were talking, couldn't hear very well about radios, that you have
So, you
something
know,
new's come down the pike.
well, and this is, so when I was at the railroad, we had problems with radios, getting out. We didn't have enough repeaters in yards, and, you know, thank God the railroad had big budgets, so we just started throwing towers up. You know, it was nothing for us to throw a $1 million tower up, 2 of them, ended up throwing 3 of them, 4 of them up. Still couldn't get out. We went and bought handheld Motorola cellular radios. And eventually, that's what this world's gonna go to, is cellular. We're gonna get away from 800 and everything else. For 6 of those radios, $1,700, and I could talk from LA down in the concrete jungle of LA, and I could talk to Omaha and Chicago on a handheld radio. And get out just fine.
But you had to have cellular service.
Had to have cellular service at $35 a month per radio. So, that's the way. So what I'm getting at is, you know, one of the fire department's biggest complaint was, if I put 2 firemen in a hot house, I can't talk to them. I said, well, hey, look at these radios. At least you can buy 3 of them, put them on a cell service, 1 to your commander, and 2 guys going in can have a handheld radio. That might alleviate your issue of being able to talk to that fireman inside that fire. I guess my biggest deal is trying to solve the biggest problem we have on the smallest level possible, and that might be a solution we can have. But we have, like I said, that meeting was to open those conversations.
Yeah, I mean, they want $1 million tower, no.
And I told them, I said, probably ain't gonna happen. So we gotta find other
Now,
solutions.
especially when the world is going to change past those towers.
Absolutely. And that's what I mean, I think eventually it'll.
There ain't no
be
sense in
cellular.
spending it if it's not gonna exist in 5 years.
Yeah, you got $1 million trophy in 5 years is all you got. The meeting went really well, I thought.
Yeah, it's just,
We're continuing the meeting tomorrow again.
people were talking over each other, it's only a bad thing. And the camera kept switching, but.
Well, that's the nature of that camera,
I
it's
know.
supposed to pan back and forth. That basement wasn't designed to
No.
have any of that go on down there. I think the next meeting we're gonna hold is gonna be, well, it's gonna be in Hillsborough, so there'll be some better internet for you guys if you want to listen to it. You know, it's kind of funny, I shouldn't even say it's funny, but it was my fault. I got ahold of Tina at 4:30 that afternoon or evening, and thank God she was able to get that set up and get it sent to you guys so you could listen in, because I never even thought about it. What I failed to do was tell every fireman that was in there that you guys might be listening in on that. So we actually had some real conversations prior to.
That's
and then,
good.
So then Marcy came to me, she goes, hey, we're gonna take a break because the internet went down. And then one of the guys looked at me and said, what's on the internet? I said, oh yeah, that's right, the county commissioner's on the internet.
Yeah, I kept hearing, no, the county commission, the county commission.
I heard that several times.
Yeah, my name was mentioned.
Oh, it was thrown under the bus.
Which is
it was. I mean, I'm
Which is
gonna say it
fine.
But I did
Cause I've been to those meetings too.
did appreciate that when you brought up, come on in and see what we do. And you got some takers, I really appreciated that, because at first I didn't think you were getting any takers, and that was upsetting me a little.
It opened my eyes when I took it to it. That was,
You know, I'm in front of you guys, I wanna give Linda kudos. I mean, that was a death by 1,000 cuts is what that was for her, because that was pretty hard for her to stand up for herself, and she did a really good job, she did it professionally. And was able, she took the run of that meeting and allowed us to open some doors, so she needs some great.
I think it was good.
Handled it well.
Commend you all for
Better than today.
doing the meeting. It's a good first step.
Mhm.
I think it's gonna open the dialogue, just like you said. Excellent.
So basically what I've told them guys is we're gonna open the doors, peel the curtains back and let them come in and talk to us. And I'll be honest with all of you, if they don't wanna play nice,
Yeah.
then I'll close the doors and so we'll go back to doing business the way we were doing it before.
But you tried.
Yes.
Very good.
Well, to set the tone, when I first chimed in, I chimed in a little late, and I heard, "This is my sandbox."
I had to put some rules there first.
You have to have rules.
And I got a copy of those minutes, or not minutes, they're meeting notes, because it wasn't official.
Must have typed them up.
Did you guys get them?
No, not yet.
You guys are, I'll email them to you if you guys
Appreciate
want them. It's 17 pages of notes.
Yeah.
But there's
Much is
actually,
detailed.
yeah, and what's really nice about it is on the notes, there are solutions on the notes too.
Good.
On each topic we went over, there were solutions at the end of it. Some things I have to do, some things Linda had to do, some things the fire chiefs have to do that we didn't realize they had to do, and they didn't realize that we had to do. Didn't realize that she did not have the capability of doing some of those things that they wanted. And that's what part of the meeting is tomorrow. We're gonna have with a couple of the fire chiefs. It's like, hey, here's the open door. Here's what communications is able to do. Here's what they're not able to do. You can see the real thing working in action. Here it is.
Yep.
So,
Excellent. Well, again, thank you for arranging that, and thank you for the budget presentation.
absolutely.
Now the fun begins
What?
on our side.
Oh, that. I don't know how much fun it is. You guys can have
Then the red pins come out.
Yeah, the red pin.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Thanks,
you
guys.
very much.
After you.
That's all right. I want to make sure you get out of here alive.
He's gonna curtsy?
Well, I was going to make sure you let him out of here alive.
All right, we got Kevin. Hi, Kevin.
Yeah.
All right, come on in.
You bet.
We'll have you
Yep,
sit
come on over,
sit here
Kevin.
by
Sit
the
down.
microphone for our online audience.
You bet.
We appreciate you being with us today.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me today. All right, well, my name is Kevin Gaddard, and I'm the Executive Director of the Harvey-Marion County Community Developmental Disability Organization. I do that for everybody because there's people that still try to figure out what the CDDO, what that is. So anyway, so we are the Harvey-Marion County CDDO. Our office serves as the single point of entry into the intellectual and developmental disabilities service system. Developmental disabilities are conditions that appear in the developmental period and result in functional needs for long-term support services. And these support services include case management, children's respite care, personal attendant care, and adult day and residential supports. Our office affiliates with a variety of service providers, and then we provide impartial options counseling to individuals and guardians for those provider choices. We also provide annual contact and options counseling for everyone already in our system, plus functional assessments for persons who receive services and supports. We also provide quality assurance oversight, which includes on-site visits to monitor services for a 10% sample of persons served each year. We maintain contact with everyone who is on the Kansas IDD wait list. This year, we processed 4 requests for crisis exceptions funding to bypass the wait list. And that's a very difficult thing to get through, to bypass 4,000 other individuals on the wait list. And so anytime we've been successful with all 4 this past year to bypass and for crisis funding. So that was exciting. By the numbers this past year, we're sitting at 337 in both counties, up 17 from last year. 65 or 18% of those are Marion County residents. And then I'll just kind of blow through these numbers here. It may not make too much sense, but I'm just going to go through it here. 268 received target case management services. 63 received personal care services. 143 received day services. 115 received residential services, and then 131 in both counties are waiting for services. Total persons who received waitlist offers. So this was a new thing for over the past 2 years. We have not received any waitlist offers. So like right now, I believe the number is 4,600 and some odd persons that are waiting for services. And so that's a 10-year wait list for services. So anyway, because of COVID, that got worse. They resumed those wait list offers this year. We had 3, and 2 declined, probably because they forgot what they were on there for. So they put 10 years when you're waiting for services. Anyway, so we had 1 then that did accept services. And then we added 14 over the past year to the wait list. As far as the local finance plan for Marion County in FY22, we funded 1 adult in personal care services and then 1 Tabor College project search tuition cost. And then for direct financial support, we funded 1 family in northern Marion County to receive direct financial support to offset the cost of transportation to an adult pickup meeting for day services in Newton. And we funded 2 children and their families for respite care at the Trinity Heights Respite Program. And then also they recently also approved funding for the Trinity Heights Summer Program. We don't get a lot of Marion County residents that go, but we do have a few. But that summer program is a really, it's a valuable service for those parents that now their kids are home from school. So we help, and we get that word out through the case managers to the folks that need that service. So anyway, we're excited that they're back up and running. They've been not doing that program over the past 2 years. So 42 children were funded for early intervention services, ages birth to 3 from our office. And then another thing that has been sidelined over the past several years is the self-advocacy program. This is a group of individuals that meets at our office once a month and they're persons with developmental disabilities, and they sort of run their own meetings, and at any rate, each year they have a conference, and that's been sidelined from COVID, so this will be the first year that we fund individuals going to that again this year. For transportation, we had an unduplicated total of 7 individuals who received service-related transportation by our office. We're not the provider of that transportation service, we fund it. Of this amount, 4 individuals received transportation from a service provider, 1 received transportation from a service provider and self-directed their services. And then we also funded 1 Medicaid and eligible target case management service. So whenever an individual is not eligible for Medicaid, but they're in our services, we really try to fund case management, as that is the front line service when you get into our system. And they're really probably one of the most valuable services. So we really try to make sure that people, when they become eligible through our office, that we really encourage them, no matter if you don't have Medicaid, we can fund that through our office. So anyway, and then I forgot to print out my Tabor College. There was I don't know if I had listed, there was a separate document for project search that included, okay, right. So from FY 2018 through FY 22, all total funds have, from our office, at $104,024. And then at our last board meeting, we agreed to an additional $30,000 of program support for this fiscal year. Yeah, for 22. So that leaves it an all total of $134,024 to do the project search program. Any questions on any of those numbers so far?
What does the money support as far as project search? I mean, does it pay certain segments of the program, or does it just go to the program?
Yeah, so I know in that it's broken down to a few, let's see, there were, in 2020, there were 3 intern payments, so there's a cost. It's about $4,500 a year for an individual. And if the school, so if they're out, because they're a hybrid program, if they're in the school pays for that tuition. If they're not in school, so the hybrid, sorry, they can serve people outside of school. So then we would fund that person that the school can't pay for. So we did that and have done that at least 3 or 4 times. The rest of those payments have all gone to just, I think there was also some, we did a projector and some laptops one year. but the rest of it's pretty general program support, is what it's just to keep it afloat.
1 year 10,000, 1 year 27,000 program support, then there's the 5 laptops and
Yeah.
projector and stuff like that too.
Yeah, and this year's allotment is just really, I know their long-term vision is.
So that's why generally there's at least one from Harvey County? Or is it?
No, I mean, what do you mean, sorry?
Well, students.
No, they pretty much try to keep it in Marion County. There have been a few. One came up.
There's been one or more every year. One was from Inman this year.
Yeah, right. And and our office pays that tuition.
Yeah.
Right, and we don't have, I mean, again, we're just really sort of funding it, and kind of, we had this conversation at our last board meeting that, well, and I know in the past, we've discussed that any funds that are sort of left coming towards the end of the year, go back to Project Search and Tabor Project Search.
I was just gonna ask the board when we get down to the budget that if we look at it and do anything that are, whether we go up maybe 10,000 or 15, maybe whatever the board decides, that it goes to the Project Search for Tabor College over here to put the program on, but it goes through them. We go through that way, through the Harvey Marion, just about that, for that, so.
Well, and this year, I think it's the first time in several years that we'd asked for an increase, and I was gonna explain that too.
Okay.
And we sort of just kind of took a shot in the dark here with 5,000 as an increase. Any increased support would be fine. What ended up happening this year is the IDD system achieved the largest funding increase in the state history. So this was a big deal for us this year. It's $47.9 million in state funds, which amounts to about a 25% rate increase for our providers. And so our office automatically complies with any rate increases for services for individuals at the local level. So to ensure that we're keeping up with those rates, we're asking for that slight amount. And again, if any support beyond what we've normally received would be greatly appreciated. But did you have any questions on that?
No, it's a service that's, I got to go out a few times, probably the last term I served. I got to go out with home inspections with the gal, and that's
through quality assurance.
Yeah, quality assurance, and that was a neat experience for me.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the Project Search continue because it's pretty unique. It is a nationwide, but there's not many in Kansas, I don't believe, at this point.
Yeah, we have one in Newton, but again, so this was brought up at our last board meeting too, and I think Jared Joseph was going to try to be here today. Obviously, he had got busy because he really is wanting to make sure that he's sounding the alarm bells for that program. And we had this discussion. The one in Newton is fully supported by the school. It just is part of that, and the way they set the Project Search up here in Marion County was done through the co-op. Well, the co-op is not, they're in a unique situation with them. He could go on further about that, but it is a unique program from even just the funding standpoint. And one of the other questions I get a lot too is, why aren't there providers in Marion County? And it's one of those things that's really, providers of services like we have in Harvey County. And Project Search has sort of been seen as that one of those providers. And it's really difficult to lure providers into rural areas.
I don't know if it's our history or what, but even before we developed the Marion County CDDO, we didn't have providers in our county. Maybe every once in a while, one or two would move into our county, but most of the parents in Marion County are the providers.
Yeah, and so when it goes then, when I talk about a rate increase, that does affect, and it's very few in Marion County, but it does, one of the services that we do try to make sure that case managers are going out when they're going out to their families, if they're on the waiver, is to use self-directed services. And that's really our only way that we can provide supports in Marion County rural areas is self-directing those services. It's a great program, but it's then up to the parents, or you gotta know people. That's what the self-directed program is. And if you don't know people, then it's not really beneficial. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, and I think we've done a pretty good job, and our board has, of reallocating those funds back to Project Search.
Well, Kevin's come a long way since what, you've been director now, 3 years? 4?
Yes, 2019.
2019?
Yeah.
3 going on 4, yeah. And he's done a pretty good job. It seems like he's getting more settled in. He's actually, weren't you a Harvey County?
Oh yeah,
resident before?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now I live in Dossel, but.
You live in Dossel now.
I always try to make sure I mention that here. But yeah.
And don't be scared to ask him any questions, because anytime.
I did have a question on your revenue streams.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom of the one page, Harvey County, Marion County revenue streams 2011 through 2022. And fiscal year 2022, Marion at 65,000, Harvey 102,500. And then under state aid and the administrative, the ones below, it looks like they're repeating the same numbers.
That's a typo.
Okay. Is that in there
It's all
somewhere
been
you said
flat.
that those numbers increased or should increase?
Yeah.
Okay.
That actually does increase. That is a typo. Thank you for catching that.
Well, I was trying to figure out, I thought there was an increase, I looked like a decrease, and I got, oh, those numbers are the same.
Well, and I think I was also going to mention that too when I mentioned the $5,000. We had asked the commissioner for a rate schedule for this increase from KDADS, the commissioner of KDADS, and she actually, we still haven't received that rate schedule, so we don't really know what those rates look like for the providers. We know it's a big deal, and I was at a Project Search parent meeting actually, and I got a question from a parent about why aren't there providers at day service like you have in Newton, because that seems like something that could eventually, and it's one of those things. If you're paying people $10 an hour to provide supports for people, you just kind of getting what you're paying for. And so now that we have this new, this 25% rate increase that goes along with all 270 providers across the state of Kansas are supposed to, I don't know if they can mandate it, but they want them to get a $15 an hour wage for their direct support workers. That's huge for us.
Yes.
And so and I told that parent that too, that's huge, because then we can start to potentially looking at, that's one of the big barriers here in Marion County, if you ask me. I mean, if you can convince a provider to start day services, well, now you have a tool in your tool belt to say, look, we're offering $15, $16, $17 an hour. That's good. And there's plenty of people out there that would want to do this work. It's just they can't when it's 10. So anyway, so we're kind of excited about that and going forward.
Very good. Other questions? Well, we appreciate your work. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you for allowing me to be here today.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Hey, you too.
And if I'm not like last month's meeting, that's why I was sitting over here.
I know.
Still at this time of the
Well
evening.
aware.
It's all good. We're just so excited.
These guys talk a lot.
Had a 4 o'clock meeting, did they?
Yeah, the last time it was here.
Very good. Thanks again to you all.
Yeah.
All right, we are at the end of our agenda. Any commission comments?
No. I miss Brad. He's gonna
Oh, yeah?
ask, I was gonna.
He's only been gone a minute.
Misty.
He's only been gone a minute.
Yeah. I was gonna ask him about the, policy on the wanton destruction of our secondary roads. I received another call the other night about mud racing on a road.
Yeah.
I think we need to move forward with something, so at least we have some teeth.
Well, and our policy on, that we've been waiting on for 2.5 months. It's supposed to be tied in with that one.
Next comment, just, want the commission's temperature. You know, we saw what happened down in Texas last week. Do we as a commission need to try to facilitate a meeting between the sheriff's department, the schools, anybody else that would be a stakeholder in that, to make sure that that never happens in one of our schools? Just so everybody's kind of on this. I mean, these shootings they're just happening all the time. And you know, we think it can't happen here. They didn't think it could happen in Uvalde, Texas, I guarantee you that. You know, I'm sure that our school administrators are cognizant of policies and everything, but would it be good to bring all of these stakeholders together for a meeting sometime, just to
I think so.
keep everybody unified on the fact that, you know, Uvalde, Texas, that was a mistake. Teacher opened that door. You know,
Left it from.
are your policies, are your procedures, are your people in place to not take for granted some idiot's not gonna walk in the back door? I'm just taking your temperature, but I just wonder, are we the appropriate board to try to facilitate something? Not that we have any expertise, but just to facilitate something.
I would think the local police and the county, all the school principals.
Yeah, right.
And superintendents.
The school board is the elected position.
You know, and maybe there's already talk out there, but I haven't caught wind of anything. Of course, this all happened in the last week, but it's been happening for years now.
Yeah, this is two major mistakes.
And you know, I hate to say it, but a lot of these massacres are happening by some local. It's not somebody driving in off the interstate doing it. So anyway, I might just think about it.
I think it's a good thought, Ken.
I mean, this summer would probably be before school starts again. Just to make sure everybody, you know, we've got quite a few school districts in our little county.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it can't happen to a church too, you know, churches have been hit.
Well, at least the churches you can carry.
Yeah, that is true.
Usually they get put down pretty fast in a church.
I mean, we've had training at our church, and the local told me that he knew that we had a handful of people that had always carried, and I did not know that, so.
That comment come up yesterday at a dinner for my family, and one of my brother-in-laws is very big in the church, and he don't care. Well, I don't think he carries in the church, but their church has a system with people that's entertaining one another because they've got their earbuds in, and they are carrying, and their church is very well set up with numbers of people in that church. I think 7 to 8 people was all usually there every Sunday, they said, that's carrying and doing it. So it's here, Ken. I mean,
Yeah.
it's one of them things.
You know,
But,
I
yeah.
guess just think about it. We can talk about it again.
Ain't scary at all to me.
Was that under comments, commission comments? Was it? Was that what it was under?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Commission comments.
Okay, when that's done, I got one.
All right, anything else? No. All right.
Okay, also Saturday, I drove out to County Lake and some of my family was boating and staying out to County Lake. And so I drove around the south end, and we have some equipment left there that was supposed to be a dock. We've talked about a shed, with using that equipment for a shed. I also drove around and saw a lot of picnic tables that sits there. You don't see a lot of cars because they're out sitting in the middle of the sun out there. And if we're not going to use that metal that I'm talking about over there, I think there's enough metal there to put a whole bunch of metal
Sunshades.
Sunshades over the picnic tables out there, and at least maybe some of the tables would be used. If we don't use it that, or if we go, that's on 2-foot centers, I believe, that metal is. If you went every other one, cut one out, you could still make some of it a shed, take some of the odds out and leave the framework and still make the frame of the building too, so.
Be nice if we could utilize it for something
I'm just saying that, and it's gonna take some welders, cutters, and that kind of stuff, to do some of that. And then I don't know whether I fit the historical societies, but it sure looks like to me it would be a neat thing to have sheds or shelters over
There'd be
our
only
shed.
drawback, if the historical society would approve that.
Well, I'm just saying that it would be some shade over over those tables and be used and things, but anyway, that thing just circled right through my mind when I'm driving around looking out the lake, so.
So would they have to be sandblasted and painted after the building materials?
I would like to see a diagram plan before we ventured into something like that.
So that doesn't wind up being more than just purchasing new.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah. So, but there's that material there, and I'm a scrapper.
for something.
Yeah.
Either that or get the cash out of it.
Yeah, sell it.
Yeah.
And then put the money toward that project.
Something like that might be.
But you're exactly right. The material's sitting there. It needs to be either used or it needs to be sold.
Wondering about selling it just because there's too many opinions on what needs to happen, and then it's like
it might be cleaner in more ways than one.
And like you said, with those old picnic tables, you might have to get an approval from the State Historical Society.
Well, I don't know how far it'd have to go, but man, I know I would rather use one with shade over it than.
These are the stone picnic tables.
Yeah, these are the stone ones out there, that's sitting out there by themselves.
Yes.
But I like your idea of doing some shades, and I like the idea of somehow utilizing the equipment, or so it's no longer sitting there and mowed around. Or dealt with. It needs to be cleaned up one way or another. The question then comes back to whether we can sell it, cash it in, take the cash and put it toward something like that, or whether we actually utilize it.
I like you say, with all the different opinions, it would probably be easier and clearer just to sell it.
I agree with Commissioner.
£700.
Yeah, it just gets it out of there too.
It's a great time to sell metal.
And it is a great time to sell metal.
It gets the
You might be surprised what we got.
the reminder of the egg on the face out of the way. Gone.
Yes, and sooner rather than.
I don't know. I still agree with
Yeah.
doing something, and I think that's more valuable, but.
Maybe after I retire, there'll be some opportunities here.
We're not gonna leave that metal sitting there that long.
Oh, okay, all righty, I've just.
Although it is counting down pretty fast.
Yeah, 60 days.
I thought he already retired.
I guess.
Hey, be quiet over there.
Since there's an offer of volunteer labor to do all the welding and the cutting and the sandblasting and the.
I
still think there'll be too many opinions.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, there would be, we know that, but it would be nice to accomplish something.
Yes, it would. Would the commission be ready to move with commission consensus to sell that material, clean it up? Or do you want some more time to think about it?
We're gonna forget about it if we don't do it.
Would there be a motion? Let's do it that way.
I'd make a motion that we go ahead and market the
Purple Wave or what?
Who would you have? Would you have Isaac do that?
Yeah, I don't know if we use Purple Wave or what.
I mean, would you do that at home with the Wichita, the scrap metal guy?
Easier just to sell it and pick it up. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have transportation costs, you want somebody to come get it, come by, come get it.
Yeah, it costs us, what, $3,000 to move it the first time?
He's probably moving again.
All right, we have a
No.
motion. No, we have a motion on the floor to advertise and sell these metal leftover from the dock project.
By concealed bids?
Well, how about,
It's not concealed,
We could do
it's sealed
concealed.
bids.
Sealed bids.
Sealed bids,
Sealed
not
bids.
concealed.
Yeah, sealed, yes, sealed bids.
It's
yeah.
getting late.
You thinking guns?
Yeah, I think that's sealed bids.
That'd be very good.
Yeah.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Dalkey. Further discussion?
Need Ozzy take inventory of what we got, measure it up and.
Put out the ad, or, now, if we had also.
we'll have to advertise what we've got.
Right.
Miscellaneous metal.
Square tubing.
The motion said sealed bid, there was also talk of Purple Wave, but the motion was sealed bid, is that
Sealed.
correct?
Sealed bids is what I second.
Okay, and have Isaac write up the description
Yeah.
and give it to Tina
Yep.
to.
And
Yep.
how many feet or something?
Yep.
How you
Call
do
the
that?
question, we got one aye,
Aye.
Aye.
opposed say nay, motion carried, we will advertise and sell it by sealed bid. I hope there's no more commission comments.
Well, I
today.
can get this commission fired up.
I think I'll be back tomorrow.
Progress.
They'll be back tomorrow at 12:30.
I hope.
All right, anything else? If not, I take a motion to adjourn. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Opposed, say nay. We are adjourned at 4:23. We will be back at 12:30 tomorrow for our budget. Hello?
It is a day.
Phone call ready.
Hello? Yes.